Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. Oh, hang on. We've got some secretariat. Give me the eye. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleague, Mr Mayor. Welcome everybody to the Policy and Planning Committee meeting today, 13th of May. Can we stand for the karakia, please? Whakataka toho ki te uru, whakataka toho ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā tara tara ki tai, e he aki ana, te atakura, he teo, he hoka, he hei hu, te hei, Māori ora. Good morning, and thank you to everyone who's taken time to come to our meeting this morning. We'll kick off with some apologies. I have Mayor Phil and Councillor Cartwright for partial absence today. I have Councillor Harrison Hunt for absence, and I have Councillor McDonald for potential early departure. He's also joining us via Teams, and I no longer need a lateness for Councillor Barber. So thank you for that. So can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Thanks, Pauline and Dave. Thank you. On to item 2 is declarations of interest, and I have a declaration of interest from Mayor Phil on item 13 for the proposed change to the district plan. Do I have any other declarations, please? Thank you very much. Noted that. Item 3 is confirmation of the previous minutes of 8th of April for the Policy and Planning meeting. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Thank you, David. Someone else who's read them? Yep, thank you, Tim. All those in favour? Aye, thank you. So that brings us on to our public forum, and we have quite a line-up this morning, so welcome and thank you to everyone who takes time to come in and share your thoughts with us today. So first up we have Zita Pringle. Thank you. Fantastic. If you just give me your names and then I can tick you off as we go.
Okay, do that. Wonderful. My name is Zita Pringle.
Good morning, Zita.
I am joined here with others, so introduce yourself.
My name is Richard Girling.
And I'm Irenka Britnell.
Thank you, Irenka and Richard, and thank you for all joining in together, speaking on the same item, which is item 11, the notice of motion for the short stay regulation. So can I just clarify, are you just going to combine it all into the one?
Well,
5
we've all
minutes
got 3 submissions. We've all written our replies, but we're all from the same group. That's the reason for us to sit together. We all support each other.
Okay, so we'll just be a little bit flexible with the time. See how we go. Thank you.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
The council has no way of knowing what STR, which is short-term accommodation groups, are known unless they employ a staff member. And that then causes cost and expense to the ratepayers and to the council. There is one quick solution, and that is to join and use the EU STR registration program. We need to have a strategy which will achieve our goals, which is the most effective and efficient. Tweaking the EU regulations to our needs is a no-brainer, and it has many benefits. It's effective and efficient in time and cost. It is not a tax, therefore the government is not perceived to be imposing any additional taxes on businesses. If the council charge an STR registration number, they need to have the STR registration platform. There is no need to have other accommodation providers to pay for a building monitor, fitness, etc. The operation is all in one. It's relatively easy to implement, and that's why I'm supporting the remit. This doesn't mean you have to build a new platform. It doesn't mean that you have to have separate registrations for different councils. There is no additional cost to this council or to any other council if we yet can persuade local government and then persuade our government to implement the EU STR platform, tweaking it to us. You would have all the information you needed, and you would have a registration number here and able to be obtained by anyone in the right category to find out that information. I would like to say that we are not have anything, a platform or any STR we are opposed to. I am a commercial operator. I run a motel in Christchurch. I'm happy to do that. I'm listed on many of the platforms, and just don't put everything in a bucket and say Airbnb. It's short-term accommodation. Please, I am not here to bag any other provider. Everybody's doing their bit, but there needs to be regulations. That's why PC4 was put in place, and that's why I spent hours, along with my husband and all the moteliers in Christchurch who put money in. We spent over 50k fighting and supporting the council on PC4. I'm disappointed we have not made that change by implementing it, but that's my thing. I have talked to Nathaniel. There is another wording possibly for his motion, which I'd like to support on behalf of fellow moteliers, that we agree to write to central government requesting legislation that bans any short-term rental platforms from advertising whole home properties on their platform that do not have local authority registration number, which the platform has confirmed with local authorities. Furthermore, platforms must restrict properties availability in accordance with the local authority available limits and submit monthly data on the use of such platforms to local authorities. That is in support of the remit, adding additional weight to it, which goes on to central government after being circulated to other councils to get their support. That's the reason for the remit. So I'm here to support it. I hand over to Richard.
Thank you, Zita. Welcome, Richard.
Would it be best to end Zita's time and then start fresh on mine for the clock?
Well done.
Just start. We've got a bit of flex with this because you're all talking together. Thanks.
Perfect, thank you very much. My name's Richard. I operate the Carmore Hagley Park. It's a 25-room motel. As part of the Carmore Hotel collection, we also operate the Christchurch Hotel on Colombo Street, which is an 80-room property with a food and beverage operation as well. I'm really just here to speak about the business perspective in the competition in the market. We obviously expect healthy competition and innovation in the market. We just feel that it should be on a fair playing field. At the moment, we think that Airbnbs and other marketplaces like that are gaining unfair advantages. We understand the reasons for the success of Airbnbs. They initially started selling spare rooms and exclusive and unique properties, which was a good place for them in the market, but they now sell a huge catalogue of uniform townhouse properties in urban areas throughout the country. These properties are popular in urban centres for obvious reasons. They suit young professionals, secondary homeowners and first-time house buyers. So they're very attractive for developers to build. However, they are now most frequently being used for short-term accommodation. They provide lower maintenance and obviously a turnkey setup. The disadvantages that we feel we're facing as traditional operators are we have to cover higher commercial council rates. We have to have a massive burden for health and safety, compliance, inspections, first aid training, fire suppression systems, alarms, building warrants of fitnesses, signage, evacuations, and training. We have higher liability insurance costs. We have a significant payroll cost. We have accessibility requirements, which incurs quite high costs. We have accounting, reporting obligations, as well as the consenting applications for any expansions or changes to the businesses. If we take, for example, which I mentioned in a previous talk here, the idea of a 6-property motel, when you have 6 rooms, that's when a lot of these obligations kick in, most particularly that you need to have a warden or a full-time member of staff on site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That requires either a waged member of staff or giving up a room for someone to live on site. Either way, the financial cost for that is going to be upwards from $70,000. Airbnbs, on the other hand, are able to operate with residential zoning, residential rates. They often rely on neighbours, residents' associations, or other bodies to help manage and monitor their properties. They have no WAF requirements. They're also able to scale their business freely. And they face very weak enforcement at the moment. So compare, for example, the 6-room example. We're well aware that there are complexes in Christchurch where there are tens of units that are being used for Airbnbs, sometimes the majority of them. We would argue that that's much similar to what we would describe as a strata or a lease management hotel, as opposed to a residential zone. We'll leave it to other people to speak more in detail about the effects on the local community, as we have seen them do, but we do feel that through our staffing as well. And an example is, if we look at Queenstown, we've seen the effect that a limited local accommodation can have on the availability of staff for businesses. That then affects our ability to perform and to maintain our reviews, for example. We understand what the counterpoints to these arguments are, or the advantages of Airbnbs, that they do increase bed nights, they provide overflow for large events, and they're an easy way for people to buy a property and generate income from it. We would like to point out that this also, they are avoiding a significant amount of costs, and they are forcing us to dilute our pricing throughout the year. That affects our ability to make profit, our ability to look after our teams, and to keep our staff employed. They do provide some useful overflow for big events, for example, when 60,000 people arrive in Christchurch for Electric Avenue. But you have to remember that there are many smaller events throughout the year that only bring in hundreds or thousands of people, and the Airbnbs significantly dilute our ability to maximise those events as we would previously have done. So, that's it from me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Richard. Arinka?
Good morning. My name is Irinka Britnell, and I'm here to support the motion of Nathaniel Hurst Jardine. I own and manage Avon City Backpackers, one of the smaller backpackers in Christchurch. We've had it for 30 years and have seen a few changes, among them the rise of Airbnb and loss of local accommodation. I'm here to support the motion in the interest of fairness and safety. We've all heard about the parties getting out of control and rip-offs of people turning up for accommodation and not being there. As backpackers, we've had some of these people come our way because of that. Over the 30 years of operating as a backpackers, we've complied with the council regulations and requirements, ensuring the safety of our guests with monthly fire alarm checks, 6 monthly fire hydrant checks, and annual council building inspections. All of the above are essential, and I believe the Airbnb and short-term rentals should also be subject to regulations and standards. In many cases, the Airbnbs charge more than some hotels and motels for their exclusivity and will be able to afford it like the rest of us. For even we, as a budget backpackers, among the cheapest in town, still have to pay for the council compliances and, commercial rates. We believe that Airbnb should also be visible on a public register with a licence to operate like the rest of us. Thank you. Short and sweet.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We do appreciate you coming in and sharing your very specific industry knowledge and expertise. So I'll open it up for questions. I've got Yanni and then Kelly. Thank you.
Thank you. Your points are very well made. And I appreciate you coming and talking to council. And, obviously we're proposing to write a letter to central government. So the question is, have any of you talked to central government or to local MPs about what they might be able to do? And what has been their response if you have?
I have contacted MPs. I work with Anthony Bryan, who's, now I'll get my correct terminology, Associate Professor at Lincoln College. Okay, we've done a lot of work working with MPs. The particular government at the moment say that regulations are doing their bit. They're trying to get visitors into New Zealand. The answer clearly here is, this is from Louise Upston, a reply to our letter. I've occasionally heard from local government on their proposal on the National STR Register. I encourage continued collaboration between council to share insight and approach their local needs in supporting the national tourism objectives. We're trying I'm trying my utter best. I've been talking, I go outside the world, I write letters.
Like I said, I really appreciate the points that you're making. I think a number of us have raised these points repeatedly as well in the past, and it just seems like it's a central government issue that needs to be addressed, because we've done as much. We can probably do more ourselves, but anyway, I appreciate the points that you're making. I just think it's helpful for you just to share what the response has been from central government to us.
Thank you for that, Yanni.
Yeah.
Okay, Kelly?
Thank you. It's always interesting, and thank you, Richard, for raising something that I wasn't aware of. So I wonder if you could just sort of explain it a bit further. So if someone has, like yourself, has 6 units, that's when it kicks in the need for a person on site.
Yes.
And all those sort of health and safety regulations needs, like fire extinguishers and things like that. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that's the point where you move into a Class 2 property.
Right.
Yeah.
So are you comparing yourselves more with sort of larger operators that are operating a number of Airbnbs rather than just a single unit being offered up?
Well, as I said, for us, there is a model in the accommodation sector, which is a strata hotel.
Yeah.
For example, for that, you'll see those around the country. So it's traditionally, it's a way for someone to build a hotel and sell the rooms to different investors to help cover the costs and get it built quickly and spread the liability of the cost out. In those environments, so that model does exist. I think what we're sort of seeing more and more and more is if you have a development of, we're seeing 40, 80, hundreds of these going up. If 20, 30, 50 of them are being used as Airbnbs, which we're fairly certain they are, how is that different to a strata hotel, and why is that able to exist on a commercial property without these costs, without these burdens, as we are?
It's really good. Thanks for explaining that, Chief.
Thank you very much. Well, you're very expertly right on time for your combined 3-5 minutes. Thank you very much, as I said, for sharing industry knowledge and
Thank you very
expertise with
much.
us.
Thank you for your time. If anyone wants any research, please contact us. I have got a very great load, and I can share the EU model. I can share.
Thank you, Zita. We can add that to our very extensive reading list that we already have. Thank you very much. And so next I'd like to invite Nikki Rogers and Jeff Peters from Hospitality New Zealand to come and join us. You're also speaking on the item 11, notice of motion, short stay regulation. Thank you. The floor is yours. 5 minutes. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and good morning, Mayor and Councillors and Victoria, for the opportunity to speak today and support the motion advocating for a national short-term rental accommodation register. I'd also like to thank Councillor Nathaniel Hurst-Jardine for his engagement on this issue and for bringing this motion forward. Very much appreciated. So my name is Nikki Rogers. I am Regional Manager for Hospitality New Zealand, and with me today is Jeff Peters, and Jeff is our accommodation chair for our Canterbury branch. As many of you will know, Hospitality New Zealand is a national membership association representing the hospitality and accommodation sectors. Within our organisation, the Accommodation Association represents motels, hotels, holiday parks and backpacker operators across the country. We represent more than 2,500 members nationwide. Here in Canterbury, our branch represents 354 members, including 86 businesses operating within the accommodation sector. I'm speaking in support of establishing stronger oversight and accountability for short-term rental accommodation providers, including platforms such as Airbnb and Book a Batch, through the implementation of a national register for short-term rental accommodation operators. Hospitality New Zealand has advocated this position for a number of years, and our position remains unchanged. The rapid growth of short-term rental accommodation has created a number of challenges for both the traditional accommodation sector and local communities, of which you've just heard some today. Many STRA operators are effectively operating commercial accommodation businesses while avoiding the regulatory and rating frameworks that apply to hotels, motels and other established providers. This creates an uneven playing field. At the same time, STRA properties are often located within residential neighbourhoods, paying residential rates while operating commercially. Councils around the country have struggled to effectively monitor or regulate the sector due to difficulties identifying properties and obtaining reliable data from operators and booking platforms. This is not simply an accommodation sector issue. It is increasingly a housing and community issue. In many parts of New Zealand, the conversion of long-term rentals into short-term visitor accommodation is contributing to reduced housing availability for workers and families. It can place upward pressure on rents, affect neighbourhood character, and reduce the sense of stable community within suburbs. A national register would provide a practical and balanced response. Proper identification of short-term rental accommodation properties would enable councils to appropriately rate commercial operators, improve compliance and regulatory oversight, support fairer competition across the accommodation sector, provide better information for planning and infrastructure decisions, and help address wider housing supply pressures. Importantly, there may not even need to be new legislation to achieve this outcome. There are potentially administrative or regulatory mechanisms available to central government already. For that reason, broader wording within the council's correspondence or advocacy may be beneficial. So the focus remains on achieving the outcome, namely a workable national register and improved transparency across the sector. I would also note that the issue has already been actively raised with MB and the Minister of Tourism and Hospitality, Honourable Louise Upston, by industry stakeholders. Also local government advocacy will help reinforce the need for action and demonstrate that councils are experiencing the impacts directly. This is ultimately about fairness, transparency, and ensuring communities have the tools needed to manage growth responsibly. Thank you for your time, and I encourage council to support the motion.
Thank you very much, Nikki. Jeff, did you want to speak as well?
Yes, thank you for that, Victoria. Good morning, Mr Mayor and council members. I'll add one short statement in addition to what Nikki's just said, and it also continues on from what Richard said about the effects on the commercial accommodation sector. So I've been operating motels in Christchurch since 2008, so I've seen a lot. One thing that disturbs me about the unbridled proliferation of Airbnbs, etc., is the detrimental effect it is having on the development of commercial accommodation in Christchurch. It has been a number of years since a new motel has been constructed in the city, and everyone is surely aware of how many hotel developments have been announced only to fade away and to not progress. There is never just one reason why developments do not progress, but it is certain that one of the reasons is because of the Airbnb, etc. effect. If Christchurch is to become the events capital of the country, we need a strong commercial accommodation sector that has the confidence to expand to meet growing demand, and I hope Councillor Hertz-Jardine's efforts here today contribute to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're out of time for questions. Thank you again for coming in and sharing your knowledge. We appreciate the advocacy work you do at Hospitality New Zealand. Thank you. So next up we have Esther Valero and Derek Wallace from the Inner City West Neighbourhood Association. Welcome, Derek. Nice to see you again. Hello, Esther.
I'm from ICON, but we actually have a range of neighbourhood associations represented here. I'll be specific about that in a minute.
Thank you.
We'd like to make clear at the outset that we've consulted widely in preparing this deputation, and we have the support of 6 neighbourhood associations in the central city. They are Victoria Neighbourhood Association, Moore Neighbourhood Group, Chesterfields Community, Avon Loop Planning Association, Atlas Quarter Community, and ICON, Inner City West Neighbourhood Association. And we have people from these, but sitting behind me, and I think outside as well. We support unreservedly the motion before this committee to request central government to establish a nationwide mandatory registration system for short-term rental accommodation platforms. We draw your attention to well-attested evidence already available to you that the existence of genuine community-based living in the central areas of the city is under extreme threat. We strongly believe that if we do not act urgently to stop the proliferation of 1 and 2 bedroom residential structures at the expense of family viable housing, we will have lost the opportunity to develop a thriving community-focused environment in the central city. Our focus on family viable housing includes deep concern for the problem of increasing homelessness owing to a shortage of appropriate housing. We remind you of 3 goals, in particular of the 6 goals expressed in Project 8011, the Council's own residential program for the central city. 1. Housing choice, creating a range of housing choices that meets the needs of a diverse range of people. 2. Highly livable neighbourhoods, developing local communities that attract and retain residents. 3. Encourage delivery, reducing the risks of development and improving feasibility. We note that in 2014, in the case of a proposed Majestic Church facility in a central city residential area, an independent commissioner found that social amenity would be degraded by a preponderance of empty buildings in the complex and declined the application. We suggest that a stable, long-term residential population in the central city is good for business as well. But the Council's own goal of 20,000 population within the 4 avenues by 2028 is a pipe dream unless immediate action is taken. We are not alone in our concern. Both nationally and internationally, there are moves to ban or at least restrict the spread of short-term accommodation. To keep within our time allowance, we will table for your information a list of places where action is mooted or has already been instituted, and I have it here to give to you. To conclude, I'll just mention right now Queenstown, New Zealand, where the Mayor, John Glover, has spoken publicly in favour of the action called for by the motion before you. To conclude, it is one thing to go about rebuilding a city, and we acknowledge the scale of the work of recovery that has been done with the help of this committee. It is altogether another thing, and a far more important thing in the end, to rebuild a community. We hope that this can be achieved before it is too late, and to that end we wholeheartedly recommend that you unanimously support the motion before you. And I think Esther wants to add.
Thank you, Esther. We'll just keep an eye on the time.
Thank you, Derek. Just a comment. Thank you for all your work. Tautoko, your comment about maybe we can do more, and the lady who spoke before who said use existing regulations. So yes, 100% support this motion. Also, please do more with the tools you have. Just do not leave this to the market and to, invisible decision making, do planning, incentivize the community that we need. That's what we need, leadership and planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther, and we greatly appreciate the work that our neighbourhood associations do, and we're also grateful that you're working on behalf of all 6 of them and coordinating. Thank you so much to everybody who's turned up this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that's the end of our public forums. We're moving on to deputations by appointment, and we actually have to play a little bit of musical chairs here, so just bear with us for a moment, please, whilst we bring in the next round of interested residents. Thank you very much.
Hey, listen to the applause out there.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm keen to stick to time. Thank you to our residents and inner city business owners and musos for coming and joining us this morning. This is a very important topic, so thank you for taking time. First up, we have Sam Smith and Mitchell Ryder from Pretty Good Group to speak regarding item 8 on the approval to notify Plan Change 21. The floor is yours and you have 10 minutes, gentlemen.
Kia ora, I'm Mitch Ryder and this is my business partner Sam Smith. Together we own Hyde Club at 172 St Asaph Street. We also own Lakes Festival, which is held each December in Hagley Park, Cream Events, which is a national music promotion company, and Black Burger, which started in Hyde Club's kitchen and is now in Riverside and the stadium. We started Hyde in June 2019 and have run tirelessly every weekend, excluding COVID, for almost 7 years. Typically we operate on Friday and Saturday nights from 10 p.m. to 3 a.m, and each year we host approximately 35,000 people. We are an electronic music nightclub with a custom-installed sound system which provides full-body physical listening experience. There isn't anything quite like us in the city. So when the latest Central City Noise Plan was announced, I will admit I was quite surprised when it was pointed out to me that our nightclub and our neighbours were not listed as Category 1 on the map, especially as we're essentially the only dedicated nightclub in the Central City. And our neighbours, which include the Mud, Engineers and Rolling Stone, are known for music and entertainment. But then it got me thinking about Hyde Club. Despite having a primary school and a couple dozen townhouses and apartments directly across the street from us, as far as I am aware, we've never had a noise complaint against us. So maybe we weren't on the radar for those that would greatly benefit from the protection provided by the new noise plan. Fair enough. But here's the thing about Hyde Nightclub. We're in a very fortunate position. Our building was fit out at great expense to be a nightclub and therefore can handle very high sound pressure levels without generating much noise pollution to the surrounding area. The same cannot be said for the vast majority of other bars and live music venues throughout the city. Not only now, but that I can never remember pre-earthquake either. And this, I believe, is the main reason why the noise plan is so important. It is protecting the past, present and future of Christchurch's world-renowned music scene and the venues that fostered it. Getting a music-focused bar and venue up and running and keeping it alive is incredibly difficult these days, mostly due to the earthquakes which forced developers and existing landlords to build or renovate new seismically sound buildings, and this all came at great cost. It drastically increased rent. Expecting venue owners to take on these rents and then further invest large sums of money to noise insulate their buildings over and above all their other fit-out and operational costs is simply unrealistic. Prior to the earthquakes, there were at least a dozen dedicated nightclubs throughout the central city, with the majority of them shoehorned into old brick buildings, never designed to contain noise. And as far as I am aware, no one, for the most part, cared because the residents nearby loved it. These were the cool parts of town, where the rents were low and the vibrancy was high. Think High Street, Litchfield Street, Bedford Row, Poplar Lane, etc. This is where many of the best record stores, cafes, wine bars, bookshops, and other independent stores existed. This, for many people like myself, was what made Christchurch home. Hyde Club, along with its neighbours on the corner of St Asaph Street and Columbus Street, did not intend to go anywhere. Along with all the other bars and music venues across the city, we will continue to support the music scene and as a result make noise. Regardless of what happens with the Central City Noise Plan in the immediate future, this beautiful problem is not going away. There will be noise. Either move towards it or move away from it, but don't try to silence it. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Would you like to speak as well?
No, I'm good.
Okay. So we have plenty of time for questions. So, colleagues? I think your message is loud and clear.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time to come and speak to us. And so next up we have Feather on behalf of Dark Room Live Music Venue, speaking on the same item.
Is this thing on? Atu Māori koutou ko whedra ho. No atspoti ho engari kei o tō tahi tuku kāinga I Nainei. I grew up in Dunedin, but Christchurch is my chosen home, where I have the privilege of being one of the owners of Darkroom. And I chose to move here because I was inspired by the creative community blossoming post-quake. And I continue to choose to live here, to build a life in the arts in this city, as many others do. Behind me today are just some of the music practitioners who choose to call this city home, even as our creative peers are leaving in droves for the likes of Wellington, Auckland, and Melbourne. How great to live here, to choose to live here in a city investing in brand new world-class cultural infrastructure, galleries, libraries, museums, theatres, dance studios, and this massive stadium set to host its first major event in just a few days. But if we don't have the planning and policy and the future-proofing in place to support a thriving city from the grassroots up, then what's the point? Why celebrate a brand new stadium about to host its first major concert when we watch more and more of our industry peers at the grassroots level go out of business every year? If these precious spaces aren't protected and supported, then where do the stadium superstars of tomorrow even get their start? We first came to you in 2022, before the first townhouses next to a cluster of beloved venues had even broken ground, to get ahead of potential noise-related tensions. And as we rightly predicted, these now completed residential developments have indeed led to noise complaints against our established venues. And as we sit in this meeting, more and more homes, continue to be built around us. PC21, it's about implementing realistic rules because as it currently stands, the sound of a coffee grinder or your electric toothbrush is in breach of the outdated and simply unworkable noise rules. We support the overall intent of PC21, as do 87% of last year's 1,400-odd survey respondents. But we have two asks here today. First, that Plan Change 21 is officially notified to the public for formal consultation. But our second ask is that before this goes out for public consultation, we see two sections of the central city placed back into the proposed Category 1 area to better reflect and protect the existing entertainment environment of our city. Today, you will be asked to consider a scaled-back version of the map, the big blob, if you will, that the public were surveyed on last year. We agree that Victoria Street should be removed because of the opposition from residents there, but it came as a huge surprise and a blow to the music community to see that our industry peers at the likes of Hyde and a Rolling Stone, and I will just point out while she's not feeling up to speak today, Gretchen from Rolling Stone is right behind me here, have not been included in Category 1. It's also concerning that Category 1 now ends immediately next door to Darkroom, and due to the circular shape of the new half blob, there's a small section that would fall into Category 2, despite being right between us and Space Academy, who we would be in Category 1. And that section right next door to us has already been sold to residential developers. We are worried new residents immediately outside of Category 1 may understandably expect lower noise conditions, even though we're literally next door and have been for 15 years. If boundaries are placed uncomfortably close, then we risk more of the same tensions over noise that this plan was set up to try and avoid in the first place. We know that Category 2 would still see an increase from the current rules, but we've already seen in the case of Duck Central that rules similar or equivalent to proposed Category 2 still don't necessarily provide adequate protections for venues. A council webinar on PC21 in July last year explained things clearly, informing us simply, I quote, "Cities are noisy places," and pointing out that at no point did the general noise of a city ever fall below 50 dB, even in the middle of the night, and often was up to 60 dB. And that's just the constant background noise of a city merely existing. So with this in mind, we urge Council to reintroduce 2 small sections to be included in Category 1 again before PC21 is officially notified. 1, reintroduce a Category 1 section to cover the cluster of nightlife spaces along St Asaph around Colombo, covering the likes of a Rolling Stone, Hyde and others. And 2, reintroduce the remaining 200 or so metres between Darkroom and the intersection of Fitzgerald Ave, which would give us cover over the likes of the former 12 Bar and Scoundrel, and push that boundary back so there's more of a comfortable buffer zone to reduce confusion and potential tensions. We thank you for the time this morning and for all the work on PC21 so far. This plan change will help future-proof our city, and communities like ours will be better positioned to thrive and uphold the creative vibrancy that, in our opinion, makes a city a city. Culture and community build with time because people stay put and do the mahi to build it. On the front page of yesterday's newspaper, CBD to pump up volume, Christchurch on brink of having New Zealand's most progressive nightlife rules, semicolon, some venues may be left behind. We heard from the music community, leaders, advocates, venue owners, who all spoke about PC21 future-proofing our city. Not just for current venues, not just for current musicians, but to get ahead of future tensions, to encourage new venue operators to have better confidence, to take a punt on an already very challenging industry. And most importantly, for future generations, for today's kids to grow up and want to stay in Christchurch instead of moving away because they find this place boring. We've already heard today from our peers at Hyde, and once again I mentioned seated behind me today is Gretchen, one of the owners of a Rolling Stone. We all love the idea of a modern, livable city where people live, work and play. This whole process is about striking a balance for residents and communities like ours to exist nicely side by side. We believe that PC21 is a huge step in the right direction towards workable solutions and towards making Christchurch a place that us and the generations yet to come continue to choose to call home. Thank you.
Thank you, Feather. I think that's the closest we've ever seen to a standing ovation in the chamber. Thank you very much for your passionate plea today. That has been very well and thoughtfully constructed. Thank you also for clarifying what the big blob is. I was sitting here looking at your T-shirt. I had to Google it, and it wasn't real. I just wasn't sure. So thank you for that. We do have time for a couple of questions, and I'm going to give priority to Councillor Moore, who is likely to move an amendment today. So, Councillor Moore, the floor's yours.
Thank you. Are you able to talk a bit more about the engagement process and people feeling quite disenfranchised, and that the automatic reaction of people was, right, we're against this plan, right? We're against what the council's doing. That's the automatic reaction, whereas actually it was a productive plan.
This whole thing from when we first came to you in December 2022 has been about collaborative process. At no point have we taken an adversarial approach. We've worked with council, and we're really proud of that. And there's been no need for petitions, chaining ourselves to a fence, anything like that, because we've felt heard and we've worked with people, both city councillors and council staff, and we're really proud of that. And you can see behind me, these people are giving their time. We've had local music businesses give their staff a time outside of their workplaces to come here today. People have made sacrifices, taken unpaid time off work, all sorts of things to be here. You see people really care and really get behind. A few years ago, we had that survey, over 3,000 responses, and the 18 to 34-year-old, often apathetic youth voice was heard so loud. That was a record amount of responses. And then last year, we had another survey, once again, over 1,400 people. And if you look at the amount of young people who often don't engage with council processes, I'm really proud that we can show people that they should engage in local politics, and hopefully they up their voting turnout in local elections and all sorts of things. So absolutely, this is about supporting. This isn't coming in opposition. We're here to work with you and support this awesome mahi. You just have to add a couple of little tentacles to that new blob.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Feather, for helping us do our job as well in the engagement space. Councillor Kewen.
Yeah, thanks for coming in. And the statement before about move away from the noise or move towards it, totally agree with. I live near the airport. I'd live next to the runway if I could, but not allowed to. Yeah, thank you. We are the Kerrigans. The thing about noise being subjective, how do the venues feel about that? That rather than use a noise meter where you could do it yourself and go outside and go, oh, shoot, we're at 90 outside the door, but someone rings up and says, oh, it's too loud, and then a security guard turns up and goes, oh, yeah, it's too loud, but no one's using a meter. Do you find that difficult?
Good morning, Erin. This has come up before, and PC21, I say, is a huge step in the right direction. It's not going to solve all our problems, and at the moment, the system, when it comes to noise control coming out, when there's been a complaint, it is still subjective. We're told to work within rather like excessive and reasonable are the terms that we're given, but we host experimental noise nights. You know, to us, what is creative sound and enjoyed may not be enjoyed by others. It's not like construction noise or something like that that's a disturbance. Our sound is curated, so we do really struggle with that for sure. And so that is a separate can of worms, because I think that's far beyond, unfortunately, local council and what we can do at a plan change and district plan level. We're talking more, I think, RMA and central government level, but that is another thing that we do need to address, and we have worked with Mr. Alps, is it, from Noise Control, talking about wanting to make sure that those people responding to noise complaints are encouraged to take into consideration the nature and the source of the sound that's being complained about, and to understand the difference between a rowdy house party or some construction noise or something versus us, which, we have a finished time in mind and all that kind of stuff. We are very concerned about that, and it definitely isn't a perfect system, because it's all good and well to say, yep, you can be 65 dB on the boundary of your residential neighbour's property, but what's that mean if the actual reason for an enforcement notice is it was excessive, and what's excessive to me is different to that neighbour, obviously. So yes, another big can of worms to open and consider at some point, for sure. Thanks for bringing that up.
Yep, thank you for that question, Aaron. Thank you for your very knowledgeable and technical reply. We're actually out of time. We've run over a little bit, but thank you very much to everybody that's come today. Thank you for advocating on behalf of your music community. It's lovely to see you all here. Now, just to clarify, there had been some suggestion we would change the agenda order this morning, but we're sticking to the current order as was publicly notified for everybody. So we have no petitions next, which is item number 6, and then we're moving straight on to the staff reports. And the first one will be the rezoning of the land, followed by the plan change 21. Thank you. So we'll just take a moment to clear the chamber and move on to the next item. Thank you. Okay, in the interest of trying to stick to time, we will move on to the first of the staff reports, item number 7, which is a proposal to rezone the land at 95 Jack Hinton Drive. Thank you, Mr Mayor. We have Mayor Phil moving the recommendation and Councillor Peters seconding it. Welcome, Mark. Hello, Nigel. Hello, Darren. The floor is yours.
Good morning. In terms of, I'll leave the report and take it as read. In terms of what we've just worked through today, there's a bit of a PowerPoint presentation that was in the big tin can as well, and I believe this is very similar to what you've seen previously. So just a bit of an oversight in terms of what we're talking about today is the location at 95 Jack Hinton Drive in Addington. It's currently a cultural and sports hub within the Addington Raceway and Wolfbrook Arena. I won't read through it, but in terms of the site, it's 4.93 hectares, so it's quite large and significant. In terms of what we have in terms of is with the opening of One New Zealand Stadium at Te Kaha, the temporary stadium was no longer required and must be removed from site. In terms of that's part of the resource consent that we have. We're working through that process now just to get some reports done on the temporary infrastructure. So while it was installed in 100 days, in terms of a lot of the stuff that's coming together was welded quite solidly together. So just working through to make sure that it can be relocated and reused. And if not, then how do we manage that? And it may well be the scrap value might be as we work our way through that. But just as we get more reports and get more information, it gives a clearer picture of how we can reuse some of the assets on site. We will be running through an expression of interest process for that, for all the assets on site that gives a clear definition of what's available, the condition assessment, and working our way through that. And that may be a mix of relocated throughout the country to be reused or something retained locally to be used at our local sports parks or local other things that may express their interest in that. The zoning stuff, I'll probably pass over to Mark to talk through that, but happy to come back and answer any questions as we work through this. I guess in terms of this is something that complements the sports field network plan and the planning that we have been doing for a period of time over the sports field use across the city, hence some of the staff advice and recommendations you have today.
Thank you, Nigel. As has been communicated, the zoning of the temporary stadium site is open space metropolitan facilities, which is zoning applied to metropolitan facilities across the city, including Punawai, the Addington Raceway, Yorhurst Sports Academy, and other sites. Unlike those other sites, there's no underlying zoning for the temporary stadium site insofar as if it's not used for a stadium or other activities enabled under the open space metropolitan facilities zone, there is no alternative in terms of the outcome envisaged, and that absence of an underlying zoning necessitates a plan change to rezone it or a site or use specific resource consent. Rezoning, as recommended, would enable a range of uses on the site, the recommendation of staff being for a mixed-use zone, and offer that flexibility for many different outcomes, including residential and or open space and or a number of other uses. The land and asset value can be better secured through rezoning, and whilst it also providing security ahead of any disposal process, prior to which would be a development plan process. In terms of achieving the rezoning of the land, there's a number of options to how that could be undertaken. The first of which is a standard plan change process, which typically takes up to 2 years and could be included in a broader plan change councils advancing on rezoning of sites across the city. That would enable a development plan to be included, but also for submissions to be invited and a statutory process that follows. The second option of a streamlined planning process is a pathway enabled under the RMA. Like the first option, it's subject to the approval of the Minister based on the current plan stop. So just emphasising options 1 and 2 both require approval of the Minister. And again, that would include the rezoning with submissions invited, followed by a hearing if it's deemed by the Minister appropriate to. There is more flexibility in terms of what the Minister can direct in that process of a streamlined planning process, and rather than the standard process. The third option, which is recommended from this report, is use of Section 360I of the RMA, and that requires the Minister's decision to agree to that. He does have a process to go through, however, of investigating it and preparing a report which is then presented back to the Council for consideration. The Minister does have a consultation requirement, but with much more scope in terms of who that's targeted to. And most importantly, that change would be without a standard Schedule 1 process. As touched on, the recommendation is to use 360I powers. Ultimately, that would be a letter to the Minister requesting the use of his powers. It's not a power that sits with Council. Subject to that decision, and after rezoning, staff are recommending that a development plan is prepared, and that development plan can guide both the future uses of the site, but also the form of the development and how it integrates with the surrounding area. It enables consideration of a multitude of different uses and gives the opportunity for engagement on how the community can participate and provide input to that. The mixed-use zoning is recommended because of that flexibility and the broad range of activities that are enabled. Noting the recommendation would include a specific provision to enable residential development on the site, which is not permitted at ground floor level in the mixed-use zone where it applies elsewhere. There is also the ability to add a rule to explicitly provide for open space and parks on the site in conjunction with that. Ultimately, the mixed-use zoning is to provide flexibility at this point, ahead of the Minister making a decision and thereafter a development plan being prepared. In terms of a question that's been raised recently of future use for open space, this map represents the location and distribution of sports parks within the surrounding area, and I won't talk further to that, but we can take questions on that. Ultimately, if Council agrees to the staff recommendations, a process will be initiated for rezoning, which is for us to draft a letter to the Minister requesting that he investigates it, and a development plan is prepared thereafter with input from the community ahead of any future disposal decision.
Thank you very much, Mark. Darren, you're just here for questions if need be? Yep, thank you. So who have we got questions lined up? I've got Pauline, I have Nathaniel, and I have Yanni. Thank you. In that order.
Thank you. Just quickly, you mentioned that if you use the 3601, you would add to explicitly allow for open space and parks and flexibility. That's correct. That's not currently in the recommendation. Would we put that in the recommendation?
I would recommend that, and
Yeah.
there's some wording that can be introduced to the recommendation to that effect.
Yeah, because that's new information for us. So is it possible to get some wording and suggest we pop that in?
Yes, we have the wording ready.
Oh, goody.
So it would require the agreement of the mayor as mover and Peters as a seconder, and the language
And to enable the provision of recreational land subject to the standards for the open space community parks.
Okay, Mayor and Seconder, are you happy with the inclusion of those additional words? Thank you. That was nice and easy. Thanks for raising that, Pauline. I think that's important. Nathaniel.
Yeah, just trying to kind of figure out how to deal with the concern about the rezoning happening before the consultation. So if we start the 360I process, and I think I got the response that we could at any time, we could withdraw that at any time up until the minister makes the decision. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, we can request the withdrawal. The minister could still continue with it if he so wished.
Right. Okay, that's interesting. Right. So before the minister does make the decision, we will have gotten some of that community feedback from the development plan back, right? Because those two are happening concurrently. Is that right?
The timing of the engagement with the community we haven't landed on, but there'd be, the opportunity for the public to be engaged and to provide input would inform the development plan rather than being to inform the minister's decision. The minister's decision would provide the breadth of uses and enablement that could then facilitate more detailed planning.
I guess what I'm getting at is if we did the development plan quite soon, we could get community feedback before the point of no return on the 360I process. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I think I'll just add, yeah, potentially, but the whole idea of the development plan process is to allow that community consultation to happen after the plan change process, and it's got maximum flexibility to allow the council to decide what they want to do with that piece of land.
Right, okay.
Okay, thank you. And next we have Yanni.
Thank you. Thank you for the map that you put up. I've looked at the Sports Canterbury strategy. They've had strategies in 2017 and they've just done a new one in 2026. The one in 2017 talks for the need to look at options for the future use of English Park to meet the increased demand for a home of football. And the 2026 one talks about the uncertainty of the future of Apollo Project Stadium, that some sporting codes have identified a desire for an additional mid-sized event venue to support delivery of spectator games, and that could include matches that may not have spectator levels to justify the use of one NZ stadium, such as Farah Palmer Cup, Rugby, National Women's Premiership, Rugby League.
Thank you, Yanni. Can you move on to the question? Thanks.
Understand what's the process for considering the future needs of a mid-sized stadium and for English Park in relation to this opportunity for this land?
Thank you, Nigel.
I can respond to the first one. So back in 2016, the conversation around English Park was triggered by them having to replace or working through replacement of the artificial turf on site. And I guess as part of that conversation, they were looking through to go, what are our options that are available to us rather than just spending money on a replacement of the turf? What else can we do? And at that point in time, we talked through different options across the city of how football could be delivered. In terms of that's when, post that, you've had the conversation around the 6 double artificial turfs and the sports network plan that's been closed out. So that's the first one around English Park. The second part around the mid-sized stadium, I guess in terms of we're working through in the conversations with Rugby and at Napoonawai in terms about there is that can host in terms of those mid-sized events and facilities to going on. And we're also aware of a conversation by another provider in the city that's talking about building a 5,000 seat stadium on their own private land. So we're very aware of those conversations in terms of we have provision at Napoonawai for those mid-sized events, but also there is Rugby Park that could provide some mid-sized events for rugby as well.
Right. So in terms of the current assets at this site, you've obviously got the pitch and you've got some of the changing sheds. So I'm just trying to understand, if we make this decision today, in terms of the interim use, what's the value in the fields and the facilities, recognising obviously that things like the temporary, seating would have to come down. But
I just wonder whether that question's out of scope of the current paper that's in front of us at the moment, Yanni. I
Right.
think they've answered the question that you raised adequately. Please don't just try and ask it in a different way to get a different answer.
No, I'm not.
Let's be really clear about what it is you're trying to establish.
Okay, so in terms of ahead of doing the rezoning request, or in parallel with doing that in the development plan, will there be an opportunity for those sports groups to feed into the future needs around things like stadium, future use in terms of sports fields at this site?
Thank you, that's a good question.
I think there's always the opportunity to talk to the sporting codes, but we take kind of a city approach and a network approach to how those fields and how that provision is across the city, whether it's through artificial turfs, through sports fields across the city. And you'll recall from the sports field network plan, we were trying to, at different levels, encourage people to participate in their community. So rather than having people driving around the city, actually, how do we get the younger people to participate in their community? That's why we take an overall approach to how we work. And we know that mainland football, for example, in terms of their largest club is probably Selwyn now. In terms of Horswell domain is under the pump. But how do we look to provide stuff across the city? So yes, we'll continue to work with the sporting codes of how we provide for activity across the city, but taking a city approach as opposed to one particular site.
Right. And sorry, I wasn't trying to ask the question a different way to get the same answer, but I was, given that we're being asked to make a decision around changing the zoning, which is kind of a change of use, I was trying to understand what the retained value was in that sports field being retained as a sports field, if that makes sense. So I presume that pitch has got a monetary value that if we had to replace
Okay,
that
thank you, Yanni. I understand the question. I've got Mr. Rutledge here about to try and shed some light on it. Thanks.
There's a depreciated value in the current sports field, obviously, but I think if you look at the configuration of the site, long term, it would be impossible to make the most of the entire site with the field positioned where it is, which was put there obviously because we had to fit a temporary stadium around it. I think it's already been pointed out that in terms of future use on that site, with the amendment that's being proposed, the community has the opportunity to engage in the development plan. If there's a desire to see continued sporting use on that site, that is the time that we can consider those views.
Yeah, thank you. And so, Nigel, that current amendment up there, is that sufficiently enabling to allow that to happen if the feedback's there?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Yanni. I think I had Andre next.
Thank you. I'm just a little confused as to where the public engagement comes into this. At what step in the process?
So, as part of the rezoning would potentially occur, the engagement could start or be after the Minister's decision to rezone it. Ultimately, the engagement is to inform the development plan for the site. The development plan can, with the benefit of ownership, but also through that development plan process, we can ensure or direct the uses of that land, but also the development outcome. So if it were, say, a council decision at a future date for residential development, it could be about the heights, how it fits in terms of the surrounds of where the connections are, roading, infrastructure, and so forth.
Are we talking 2 rounds of engagement?
No, we're talking about one.
So I mean, before we go ahead and put options together to decide on and inevitably consult on, is the plan not to do that engagement beforehand before we go ahead and develop those kinds of things? Is what I'm trying to get my head around.
The engagement would be on the full suite of possible uses and development outcomes for the site. There wouldn't be, we haven't developed options per se, but by rezoning it to mixed use, you're keeping the door open for any number of uses enabled by that zoning.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Melanie.
With mixed use, so what does that mean about a site? So it can have a whole lot of different uses, but does it mean it could be all residential, or it could be all commercial, or it must be a mix? What does it actually mean in practice? I know it can be a mix, but...
The mixed use zone exists in the district plan at the moment, and it applies to areas where there's a mix of uses. So an obvious example is the north side of Lincoln Road, close to the railway lines in Addington. There's mixed-use zoning on Mandeville Street and Riccarton, as well as to the west of the commercial centre in New Brighton. And in all those instances, it's not about the mix of uses on each individual site per se, it's the mix of uses across the area. And the recognition that it's not any one thing, it's not residential, it's not commercial, and we envisage that mix of activities both now and in the future.
So you're saying it would need to be a mix, it couldn't be one type of, is that what we're saying?
I mean, the rules of the mixed use zone enable, whilst it enables a mix of activities, and you could have different uses on the same site, you could also have just one use on that site. There's nothing in the district plan to preclude the whole site being developed for only residential or only open space with the amendment, or one other use.
Yeah, it's really up to council to decide the mix of uses that will be on that site as part of the development plan process.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation, for your report, for the visuals that we had today. I think that's been really helpful. Yanni, have you got a new matter, or are you going to revisit another matter?
I just want to just get clarification on the response. So when I asked about the mid-stadium, I was told that, that we could potentially use Napunawai, but the gap that in the Sport Canterbury report was 5,000 to 8,000 spectators. Napunawai only has covered stands for 550, which is quite a difference. So I was just trying to be really clear. Is there an alternative provision for a 5,000 to 8,000 capacity stadium in Christchurch? Or is that a gap?
I mean, I think if you look through the snippet you sent through, that Sport Canterbury report took in the wider Sport Canterbury area. So it talked about Timaru, Fraser Park. It wasn't just a Christchurch report. So it's far wider than that to go through. So to answer your question in terms of that, that is not just about Christchurch. That takes in the entire Canterbury area in terms of South Canterbury, Mid Canterbury as well.
Thank you, Nigel. I think we've revisited that, Yanni. It really is on the periphery of what's before us now. So without any further questions, I'm happy to move this on. Melanie, was that a question or debate?
I just want to flag I'm going to move option 4.
Okay, so that's a foreshadowed motion for moving option 4. And do you have a seconder for that? She doesn't need a seconder? Okay, thank you. We'll just leave it at that for now. So we will head into debate, and I've got the Mayor lining up as the mover. Can I just have a show of hands on those who are wanting to debate this, please? Okay, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Yanni. And colleagues, if you could make sure that you've got Votendo up ready to go, please, so that we're not held up with technical difficulties. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
This is everyone's scared. Thank you for the fantastic report. Everyone's scared themselves to death that no one's going to have any say on what happens. We've got an opportunity here. The first step is to get the zoning changed to mixed use. Then we can consult with the public or sports groups or whatever on whatever goes on it, where it goes on it, how much goes on it, everything. The bit I like about it is if we do it the old system, if we do it this way, it's going to save years of time and a hell of a lot of council time and effort and money to get to the same end result, where we would go out and consult anyway. So this is just leapfrogging a bit, but people should not be scared that they're not going to have any say. It just gets the zoning done, and then we can start after that. So I'll certainly support it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yanni?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the work that's been done. I guess I just reflect on the difference in this process compared to the process we just heard about earlier, where we had a whole bunch of people in the city who were impacted on an issue, who we'd worked collaboratively with to come up with a plan change that reflected, the desires that they had. And obviously there's still some amendments that people will consider, but the difference in approach is striking. And for me, there is a gap around that mid-stadium thing, and I'm not saying that this is the answer, but it doesn't appear that we've actually got that assessment done in front of us. So I'm concerned that there are mid-size events in the city, 5,000 to 8,000, and I gave you some of the ones. Interesting enough, some of them are around women's sport, for example, and we don't know whether Te Kaha will be a suitable venue for them or not, but it seems to me that in terms of if you're rezoning this to open space, mixed use, and you can have some open space community park zone, that's quite different to having a stadium, a mid-sized stadium of 5,000 to 8,000. So my preference is I'm not against looking at what we do with the site. We do need to do that, but I do think we're missing an important step, which is engaging our community and key stakeholders, particularly around uses where as this used to be used in terms of that sport and recreation group, to look at what their needs are before we go ahead with going to the minister. So at the moment, I think we're missing a step. I would much prefer we engage our community first and then come up with a report back around what it is that we've heard, and then look at what the best process is to do in terms of the future use of the site. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. Unless there's anyone, okay, Melanie, thank you.
Look, I'm going to obviously support option 4, which is where the community would be consulted on preferred options for the future use of the site before we make any rezoning changes. So I don't have any views really, particularly on what we should do. All I want to see is a genuine consultation with the community. And Apollo Stadium, it's had a lot of issues actually while it's been there for the people that live around it, especially between Clarence and Whiteley, also along Lincoln Road. The drinking, the urinating, parking over entrances, all the unruly behaviour, that's now disappeared because Apollo Stadium is no longer. But rather than telling the people of Addington what we want to see in their suburb, when there's a chance for them to be masters of their own destiny, why not give them that as an opportunity? And I've asked a lot of people what they would like to see, and the ideas are very varied. There's talk about sports use by different groups, including football, neighbourhood parks, food forests, putting in car parks. Let's sell it off and build housing, or have a new shopping complex. And a lot of those are options that we could have with mixed use. But Addington is a scattered area with a lot of engaged individuals, and they do incredible mahi in their area. But there's also no secret that Addington is a lower socioeconomic area, especially between Clarence and Whiteley, which is across the road from Apollo. And I walk there every month, delivering the Addington Times. I see what it's like. It's an area where people work jobs, but they can't just leave to come and speak to council at 9:30 on a Wednesday morning. On the whole, lower income communities are known to be disengaged with local government, and their voice can't be fairly heard or to find out their views for the future of the site if we go through the process today to move to rezoning too quickly via a fast track process. A standard plan change process, or even the streamlined process, that would take no longer than 18 months and would enable the public to have submissions in a fair way. And it's been clear from comments I've received from people that people think that we will make this decision no matter what they think. It's a foregone conclusion, and it saddens me that that's the view of our residents. It's my job to speak on their behalf and reflect the views of our community board members, Sophie and Roy, who would like the council to engage in a genuine way, speak directly to residents, maybe workshop through what they'd like to see happen, look at what type of zoning is most appropriate, look at all of the options. I can't see the need to rush through this proposal to rezone it, hand it over to a minister that doesn't have a great record of listening to this council. If you'll all recall, Minister Bishop rejected most of the council's proposed changes to our planning rules via Plan Change 14, meaning people, again, lower socioeconomic in Riccarton, Hornby, Linwood, weren't listened to, and our council was overruled. So, my view, let's do the right thing by the residents of Addington and the people of Otatahi Christchurch and ask them what they want to see for the future of the area before we take that decision away from them.
Okay, thank you, Mel. And Mr. Mayor, I think you're going to wrap up.
Yeah.
Sorry, missed you there, Aaron.
Just quickly, in our workshop, we had asked all the questions about what are the future potential uses of the site. It was clearly spelt out to us that everything that's been raised could be done, that consultation would be done. The thing with doing this is it speeds up the process for it becoming mixed use, gets us to that point rather than a lot of faffing about. But it then, at that point, creates a value of the land per square metre that any decision we make gives the public and us, and the public that complain about their rates going up will know the value of that land. So yes, you can have a park of whatever sort. You could turn the whole thing into a giant dog park. but that has a cost, and you'd be then making your decisions based on the true value of the land. And would our sports department come to us and go, we would use valuable commercial land for a massive sports field, or would go and build and buy 5 sports fields over there for the same money? That is the decision making that needs to be made on behalf of the ratepayers of Christchurch, is based on the true value of that land. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. And finally, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Vic. The city's crying out for areas for housing, whether OCHT goes in there, whether it goes out to private developers or whatever. Housing is the thing. Now, people, if they live there, can walk to Lincoln Road, jump on a bus, come into the city, and it makes it easier for people to get in town in an area where they haven't got that luxury. So, yeah, just please support it.
Okay, so thank you, everybody. Please ensure you're ready to go with votendo. We'll put that motion to the vote. Thanks. And Secretariat, let us know when we're on. Thank you. Voting's open. How are we tracking? Councillor Johansson. Close the voting. Okay, thank you, and that motion is passed. Thank you very much, everybody. So we're going to break now for the morning adjournment before we head into item number 28, which is to notify the plan change 21. We are back here at 11:10. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you to the members of the public and those who presented to us earlier for hanging around. It's a long morning, but thank you for waiting around. So welcome Hannah in the middle, Liz, hello Liz, and Darren. We're on item number 8, notify plan change 21. Thank you.
Kia ora, councillors, Mayor. Thank you for having us here today. We've heard from members of the creative community this morning, and yeah, so we're here to talk about the notification of Plan Change 21, Central City Noise. It's been a long time in the preparation, and we understand there are many different points of view on the matter. Just as a quick background, you know, Feather from the dark room spoke to us about when this started, December 2022, the resolution in April 2023 to commence plan change, and everything that's gone on since then. We went to engagement last year between June and August, and then in the middle of that period we also had the plan stop notice. So it's been a long journey. We got the exemption, and we're happy to be here today to hopefully seek the notification of the plan change and then kick off that formal process of actually starting to change the plan. Obviously I'm here with Hannah, but Liz is also here today, and Liz has been leading the development of the plan change. So I'll hand over to Liz now. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm essentially just going to quickly run through what's recommended at staff level. Obviously aware that there are some alternate recommendations as well. I will try and go through it reasonably quickly and take the report as read, but essentially just want to highlight what is being recommended for notification rather than the, I guess, the lead up to it. But also just highlight, I guess, those areas where the recommendation, at least at the staff level, is different from what went out in the preferred approach for consultation. So just looking at the recommended approach. So what you'll see here is where we are recommending the boundaries for Category 1, Category 2 and Category 3. So just a reminder, essentially these are precincts that dictate the level of noise and also the noise insulation requirements for sensitive activities. Category 1 is the highest level of noise, Category 2 moderate level of noise, and Category 3 is essentially an inner city residential level of noise, so higher than the suburbs but still kind of that residential. The other thing just to note is that the general premise of this approach is based on looking at what the current, or where there are currently noise insulation requirements, and essentially changing the boundaries largely to reflect that, and that's based on technical advice about the level of noise that's appropriate given those insulation requirements. The recommendation is also to essentially increase the noise limits in Category 1 and Category 2. So Category 3 would stay as it is, but the expanded Category 1 area would go up to 65 decibels, and the Category 2 area would go up to 60 decibels. So for comparison, I think the Category 2 is, that 60 decibels is what's currently Category 1, so it is increasing it across the board. So changes from engagement, the next few slides, they are based on the maps that are in the full report, but what I've just done for the presentation is kind of select the areas and go in close just to talk through that. So starting with Victoria Street area, the map on the left essentially shows the categories as they were in the preferred approach, and then the hatching indicates where they're changing. The bit above Beeley Ave is essentially an error, I think, that occurred. So there is a little bit of Category 2 Carlton Corner above Beeley Ave that is Category 2 currently, that was introduced through the district plan change. It was inadvertently, I think, left off the map. The area around it was included. That was on the basis that insulation was required in the area, but it actually isn't. So the recommendation is essentially just the status quo there, so include the Carlton Corner but not the area around it. In Victoria Street itself, that's currently Category 2. It's recommended basically the status quo for that. And in the area outside, which is zoned residential and visitor accommodation, it is to retain Category 3. The rationale for that is probably most usefully shown in that middle map with the blue. So this shows where you have residential activities. The colour is the age of those residential activities, and blue essentially means established before there were insulation requirements. So there was a lot of feedback on this area from residents that said we don't want to be in Category 2, and those essentially those buildings would be impacted by the noise because they haven't been established haven't been required to be established with that level of insulation. So that's the rationale for that. In terms of the spine of Victoria Street, it's essentially the status quo. They're Category 2 now, they'd remain Category 2. The rationale for that is if as recommended, the surrounding residential areas retained in Category 3, going Category 1 because of the narrowness of that area and the fact that the noise limits have to be met at the boundary would mean that they'd need to meet that 45 decibel limit anyway. So even if you included it in Category 1, they probably wouldn't be able to make that level of noise just because of the need to meet the 45 decibels at the boundary. So move on. So the next area is the east frame. So the east frame was originally included because it's in the stadium noise contour, which means that any residential activities going in now have to have the highest level of noise insulation. However, when we looked at it, again, there was feedback saying we don't want to be included in Category 1. And also, if you look at the map on the right, essentially the ones in red are residential activities that were established before the stadium noise contours were put in place. So that means that the requirement for insulation in those buildings was lesser than it is now. And that's essentially why the recommendation is to have that in Category 2, is that actually reflects the level of insulation that has been installed. The other reason is just that in that area there's a lot of new residential activities that mean there's less, likelihood, we think, of new entertainment venues being established in that area. But that would be Category 2. Not Category 1, but Category 2. Northeast of the stadium, again, if you look at the map on the left with the blue and red hatching, those are areas zoned residential or residential visitor accommodation. And you can see from that one in the middle that there's a lot of, there's a lot of older residential activities there that wouldn't be protected for that level of noise. We also looked a bit more closely at that underlying zoning, and the other thing about the underlying zoning is that it doesn't, you'd need a consent for an entertainment activity anyway, so the zoning doesn't really anticipate venues establishing in that area either. Round, that block with Hereford, Barbados, Fitzgerald, the recommendation is to have that as Category 2. That's essentially to create a bit of a buffer area, so you don't have a big boundary where it leaps straight from Category 1 to Category 3. So it gives a bit more of a graduated response. Also, again, if you look at that middle map, you can see there is some older residential activity in the area. So Category 2 just means there's less impact on that. So St Asaph Street and Fitzgerald Ave. So the officer recommendation is for those areas to be in Category 2. They were included in the preferred approach that was consulted on in Category 1, and that was added in by way of councillor recommendation. So the staff recommendation is essentially based on the insulation requirements that are currently in that area for sensitive activities, and it essentially reflects that those areas are outside the stadium contour, and so they are only currently subject to the moderate insulation requirement. So that's the main reason essentially for that recommendation, is that you do have some residential activities that have established in that area where the insulation they've been required to put in has, based on technical advice, is suitable for that 60 decibel limit, but not so much for the 65 decibel. So that's the rationale there. Just in terms of next steps, so if you approve it for public notification, there will be public notification the next 2 weeks, 20 working days for submissions, summary of submissions then notified, and further submissions are called for, all leading to a hearing that would be held later in the year. That's obviously subject to the sort of thing that's raised in submissions, so obviously more submissions and if there's a lot of technical responses received in the submissions. me.
Thank you very much, Liz. I have Mel, Andre, followed by Tim, please, for questions. In that order.
If we go ahead with the proposal from staff at the hearing, can areas be added on through the hearing process, or would it be what? Yeah, that's the question.
So they can, but that would have to be by way of submission, so they couldn't be added if there wasn't a submission. But yes, if there is a submission, that gives scope for the hearings panel essentially to consider an area being added. One thing I probably should have said at the start of the presentation is, obviously this is a council plan change, you're putting your best foot forward. So regardless of the staff recommendation, I think it's about saying what is the council's position going into that, and then obviously submitters can also submit in opposition to that, whether it's saying take an area in or take it out.
Thank you, Mel. Andre?
Thank you. Just something that hasn't been touched on is the engagement that was done. Are you able to talk a bit about the engagement, what feedback was received, what level of support we had?
Yes, I can. So we presented on this in September last year. This plan change where it started, we undertook a survey in 2023 to inform what the plan change might look like, as well as any non-regulatory work that staff looked into. In that process, we got over 3,000 pieces of feedback, which is really high, and a lot from younger populations, which is really cool to see. And that feedback was in support of making it, of having allowed a central city environment, largely. Then work happened on the plan change, and we undertook pre-notification engagement last year, yes. And we heard from 1,429 residents and organisations. And again, most people supported the plan change. Central city residents were less likely than those living elsewhere in Christchurch to support it, and the most opposition came from that Victoria Street kind of area. And in September last year, we presented a bit of a map that showed different coloured dots and tried to show you where the support did and didn't come from within those central city residents. But yeah, at a high level, was pretty well supported.
Yep. And you did a phenomenal job through that engagement process. I thank you very much for that. It was very clear on a very technical, tricky issue. In the report, it mentions that the number of people who expressed opposition to the St. Asaph Street areas being included was 4 people. Have I got that correct?
Yes, I think that I'd have to
Yeah,
check, but
so-
that sounds right.
So 4 people out of 1,429. Okay. I guess many would be wondering sort of what the purpose of the most recent engagement was, because the recommendation sort of does the opposite of what the engagement feedback supported. So I guess is the purpose of that engagement to help inform what we do, or informing the recommendations in any way?
Both. We can probably both speak to this, but so the Victoria Street, that the changes in that area were as a result of the feedback received during the last round. But as always, engagement tries to be balanced with technical advice. The others, I suppose, speak to.
I think I'd just say I appreciate your comment about four comments against in the feedback. It's not about numbers per se. There's also the technical evidence that does actually sit underneath and inform recommendations too.
Okay. And just, are we able to pop back to the east frame slide? I just want to check my assumption here is correct. In there, are the green ones newer properties that did have better insulation and soundproofing?
Yeah, so
they were built after those requirements were put in?
Yeah, so first of all, I'd probably want to preface the map by saying it's a best guess based on building consent data.
Yeah, sure.
But with that preface, yes, green is essentially after the...
Gotcha.
So green would be okay for 65 decibel. It's the red that's the one that essentially matches with the 60 decibel in terms of what the technical recommendations.
And so that boundary line there is Manchester?
Yes.
Okay, so you mentioned the green would be fine for 65, but you're recommending it's 60.
Yes, and that's this is essentially looking at it, I guess, as a whole block, but appreciate this. There is rationale there for why you could shift it. Yeah.
Yeah, but you believe that Manchester side, so with the boundary of, can't remember the name of that one, in between those, you're saying would be fine for 65. They've been built with the newer soundproofing requirements.
Yes, that would be, it would be consistent, I think, with the overall approach. Yep.
It's a potentially sensible boundary there then. Okay, thank you very much. Also, just one more question. Are you just able to touch a bit on how the boundaries work? So if someone makes a noise complaint, the category that applies is taken from the complainant rather than the venue itself.
Yes, that's correct. So where that is probably most important is where you might have a venue, for example, in Category 1 or Category 2, whichever, but they need to meet the lower noise limit for the adjoining category.
Cool. Thank you. And are you able to talk about Duck Central who are currently in Category 2 and how they've had to change their operations due to complaints?
Sorry, I didn't quite...
Are you just able to talk about the examples we've had today? So Duck Central is currently in the Category 2 or 60 dB area, have had to change their operations due to noise complaints. Is able to touch a bit on that?
Not me, but I'll find someone who can.
So,
thank you, John, for joining us.
Welcome.
You're in the hot seat.
Thank you. They had to restrict their live music because there were issues with someone moving into the category area.
Yes, which was a Category 2 60 dB area.
Yep.
So that noise limit wasn't sufficient for Duck Central to continue their live music operations.
Not with what they were doing,
Cool.
and they were using their outdoor area as well, I understand.
Cool.
Which
Thank
was
you.
part of the problem.
Okay, thank you. Andre, is that all for now? Yeah, thank you. Welcome to come back if there's more. Tim, you were next.
Oh, thank you. On slide 9, there's just a bit of a dog leg with I think it's Manchester, Senesive and Chewham, and that's kind of like where Ecan and the Ford dealership are. Are we better to kind of add that to Category 2 or what rather than, because if we're looking at the future development of a city, which we kind of, isn't that rather than leaving a dog leg that we're better to fill it?
So just so I'm clear, are you looking at that top left-hand corner? You're talking about sort of in the middle there between what I'll call the St Asaph Street cluster and Chewham Street?
Yeah, so it's in between, St Asaph and Manchester. I'm presuming is the one that's going up and down. So we. Yeah, that's it there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, yeah.
So I think first of all, I'm assuming that you're talking about including, if you were to include St Asaph Street in Category 1. What I would say is if you look at the map down to the bottom right, the advantage or the rationale that I could see for including that dogleg that you're talking about in there is that you don't have any established residential in that area. So therefore you, from a technical perspective, it wouldn't be inconsistent with the recommendations because you don't have sensitive activities in there that would be impacted by the higher noise.
But it would only take someone to start building there.
But if you included it in Category 1, then they would have to have the highest level of insulation. So from a cost benefit perspective, you would be saying if you establish in that area, you'd be subject to the higher level of costs. But what you'd essentially be saying is that then you could have the higher level of noise in that area for venues in that area, or for the benefit of venues outside that area, but not having to meet that at boundary, yes.
Yeah, so we could add that. We could add that in.
You could, yes.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So do we have any more questions? Yes, Yanni.
Cool. So through the engagement and through deputations, we've had some suggestions of other things that we could do. Is there a process to pick up those other things in terms of support outside of the plan change?
Which areas are you talking about specifically?
For example, it's been raised around having a possible a live music levy that would go on from major events back into supporting local venues to do some of the, things that...
Can I just check, please, on whether this is in or out of scope? Thanks, staff.
Yeah, so that was what the question I was asking, is there a process to pick up the other things that have been raised through the engagement outside of the plan change?
I mean, that specifically is outside of the scope of the plan change. There are a number of non-regulatory measures that have been explored in support of this specific element, which is how you change the regulations in the district plan. So, right now, that's outside of the plan change.
Yeah,
right.
And
sorry.
Just
okay.
to add to that, there was a piece of non-regulatory sort of tools work that has been ongoing. So perhaps Mark can comment on that.
Or maybe we could just get a time frame for that coming back. That'd be helpful.
Just briefly, some time ago when Council passed a resolution for a decision to start work on a plan change, there was also a decision at the time on initiating non-regulatory measures, and there was a continuum in terms of how much Council wanted to put towards that, from a low costs package to a higher cost package. And as a consequence of that, there's work initiated which included promotion of the area, in particular the southeast central neighbourhood, where there's a number of music venues and entertainment. And there was, for instance, a postcard developed and efforts to raise awareness in the area, as well as wider of the activities in that specific location. There was also money put towards, as an example only, of what level of mitigation would be required to insulate one of the live music venues to mitigate the noise effects on the surrounding area. And that had recommendations in it for mitigation, and any decision in terms of applying that further would require consideration for the annual plan or long-term plan.
Okay, thanks. And just a process question. So the report's not authorising us to set up the hearing panel, but can you just tell me how the hearing panel will be selected and who will be making that decision? And I guess because we've had so many different models of plan changes post-earthquake with different commissioners, independent commissioners, government-appointed independent commissioners, sometimes we haven't really had many council hearing panels. Can you just help me understand the process around the hearing panel, how it's selected, and then what scope we have as a council to make changes once that hearing panel reports back? Thank you.
So obviously we're talking about a bit further down the road when we get to the hearing panel, but the council does have a panel of commissioners, which it refers to. They've all signed an agreement with the procurement section, so that we can easily appoint them. We have lots of information regarding on who those people are and what they specialise in. So we would look to their background, their experience, and then we'd go out to tender basically to see who's available, who's interested, and we get information on that. Further to that, if there wasn't somebody who we thought could undertake the process, then we can cast our net further still. So there's opportunity to get an appropriate hearing panel that's able to understand the issues and make recommendations.
Right. But just to be clear, there will be no elected members on that hearing panel.
I can just add to that.
Yeah.
Elected members are consideration. They can be on hearings panels, but they do have to have they have to have the good decision making certification,
right.
And we do look at sort of what skills and expertise are required for the panel when selecting them as well.
Sure.
And but there's very few elected members, as I understand it, that are certified at the moment.
Yeah, we haven't really. Anyway, but then and then when the hearing panel report back, or the hearing panel, or the commissioners, then do we have flexibility to make changes, or can we only accept or reject their plan?
I think typically you can accept or reject. However, depending on, if there are some matters that you would seek further consideration of, it can be referred back to the hearing panel to further consider.
So, Councillor, it is quite different from the Plan Change 14 process that you're referring to, where the only options in the legislation for the council was to accept or reject IHP recommendations, and then it went off to the minister to make a decision. So we're back to kind of business as usual for RMA processes, but in that business as usual, there are some legal constraints on your ability to reject what's being recommended to you by the IHP, and those constraints are constraints of reasonableness. You haven't heard the evidence. You haven't asked questions of the people who presented at the hearing. So if you want to make a different decision, then you need good grounds for doing it, and that might involve reopening part of the hearing.
I just wonder, given that we've got some new councillors and we've had a lot of changing in these processes, or different processes, it may be good just to get a memo just explaining, kind of setting out the time frame and how this process will work. Thank you.
Yes, certainly.
Thank you for that clarification, Brent. Tim.
Through you, Madam Chair, with regards to the block that I talked about, just north of that on the corner of Chewham and Manchester was the old Sol Square. For those of us who are really old, and John and I used to dance around there arguing about noise levels. But if we're talking about future planning, could we not include that dog leg into, if we're talking future, because there are murmurings of re-establishing, etc., which would be wonderful, but if we don't include it, we're going to be, I'd imagine we're going to be here in another couple of years doing exactly the same thing, which is ridiculous. So I'd really like to look at, can we or are we able to include that dog leg, say from Durham Street through to Manchester, St Chewham and Senesav?
I think staff said it was technically possible, so it could be an amendment.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes. Are we talking about the same area as we were before? Or
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep. So through the chair, if we can do that, that would be.
Okay, so at this moment, I don't have any mover or seconder for the substantive recommendation. So, Andre?
I'm keen to move an alternative resolution. Yes. Well, now there has also been the addition of, if it is in there, by the student union building. Can I suggest that we a very, very quick adjournment just to figure out?
Yeah,
what's in
happy to
this
do that.
resolution?
I'd quite like to see a visual with a map, please. For
Yeah.
those of us, it's a bit difficult to understand what we're trying to do. So if we can just break for, say, 10 minutes, please, so that we can get our clarity around what the amended recommendation and the geographic region is. Thanks. Thank you very much for your patience. It's been a useful exercise. There's been some concerns around whether perhaps this should have been laid on the table, but actually we've made some really good progress, and I think the risks are relatively low in terms of design by committee today, which it may appear like, but actually it's been quite a collaborative process. So we have a recommendation which has been moved by Councillor Moore. Your seconder's now left the room, Councillor Moore. So who was my seconder? Celeste, you're the seconder. Thank you very much for that. And okay. Yep, we've got a foreshadow coming up by Jake for the original recommendations. But this motion, which is being moved by Councillor Moore, pertains to the alternative map that's been sitting in the big tin can and that everybody's had an opportunity to view. So we're going to flit between the written recommendations and the map to explain where the recommendation is. And actually, can we just put the words up first, please? And so A, B and C are reflective of the amended map that has already been circulated by Councillor Moore, and D, E and F are amendments that have arisen due to the conversations and discussion around the table, and in particular F is the area that was mentioned by Councillor Scandrett, and D and E are the areas that have been worked up by Andre and Celeste in relation to the reinstatement of the ducks at the Student Union. So if we can just have someone, staff, please explain where A, B, C, D, E and F applies to on the map so you can all see what we're voting on. Thanks. Thank you for that, Darren. And please be mindful that the decision before us is in relation to notification, and that ultimately this does go to a hearings panel, and the staff do have the opportunity to make a submission on any of these issues, and the hearings panel has the right to make decisions based on the evidence that they hear. So I've got a mover and a seconder. And I think Andre's hand's up because you want to speak to it. Is that right? Okay, so just before I move to that, just clarifying, mover and a seconder, thank you. And Jake has foreshadowed the original recommendations that were in the agenda from Council. Thank you. So we'll move. Oh, we've got, yep, that's great. We're going to move on to debate, please. Can I just have a show of hands of who's ready to debate? And we'll get in order. We've got Andre first. We've got Yanni. We've got Jake. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, the reason we're here today is because venues came and made a plea to council 3 years ago. Since then, we've been through 2 rounds of public engagement with overwhelming support from thousands of our residents to make some changes here today. The staff recommendation doesn't protect those very venues who came to us with that plea. It's also not reflective of more than 87% of respondents who supported that plan change. It's also supported by 66% of Central City residents. If council were to turn around and notify a plan change that goes against the wishes of more than 87% of respondents, it would leave a lot of people wondering what the point of having their say is, and I'd be wondering the same thing. That's the kind of way you disenfranchise people for life. I'm glad to see we've got a notice of motion here today around Airbnbs. What's also tough for some of our local businesses is the fact that Airbnbs can move in next door to a venue and effectively shut them down with complaints. So my resolution, I believe, is a sensible compromise. It factors in the opposition that we heard from that Victoria Street area and the modified map that are put forward. It solidifies that northeast part of the city as a nice quiet housing area that would remain a whisper quiet Category 3 area with no risk of any riff-raff or punk music popping up next door. My resolution would protect St Asaph Street venues, and at present there's about as many venues along there as there are residents. I don't think that's too unreasonable. Out of 1,429 people, we had 4 people express opposition to including the St Asaph Street precincts and what we're doing today. So very overwhelming support, I would think. We need to keep in mind that in 2011, when no one wanted to come anywhere near the city for a bit, places like Darkroom took a gamble and set up a venue in the central city. And sure enough, it provided opportunities and live music has been thriving there ever since. Many new bands will play their first gig at venues like that one. And I guess what I would say is, what right does anyone have to show up 15 years later and say, hey, thanks for helping bring life to our city, but the fun's over, pack up your drum kit, it's gentrification o'clock, time to go. I guess to that, I'd say hell no. Other cities have sharpened venues like that, and I don't want to be one of them. My resolution would also protect the Litchfield Street precinct, which has been humming with stadium events, right next to a $683 million investment, which was located specifically to add vibrancy and economic growth to the city. It was never intended to sit next door to businesses that aren't allowed to do business. And that area will be able to be refined through the hearings process. My resolution would also protect the church on Manchester Street, which could well be the busiest live music venue in the city at the moment. They're absolutely heaving, and good for them. One of the best ways to improve quality of life in the central city for residents is to make sure that new homes being built are well soundproofed and also built with mechanical ventilation, so the rooms don't end up stuffy and they're always having to keep a window open. It's not just venues that are only operating for a few hours a week that they have to deal with. It is noise 24/7 through traffic and everything else. So I'd encourage councillors to support the resolution that's overwhelmingly supported by people who have taken the time to have their say and protects the very venues that led us to this plan change today. And to councillors going to the first ever concert at the stadium this weekend, that concert runtime goes till 10:45 p.m. and will be able to be heard from several kilometres away. So when enjoying that, I would ask you to spare a thought for the venues across the road who have had noise notices issued to them as early as 10:17 p.m. That have caused huge amounts of distress and huge disruption to businesses. I guess we also need to think about who we want to see headlining that stadium in 5, 10, 20 years' time. We'd all love to see more local Christchurch artists playing there. And at the end of the day, local venues play a critical role in the development of probably every single artist you've ever heard of. We're onto many special things in the city. We are on a roll. We're bucking trends on economic indicators. We've got the opportunity to continue that momentum and see one of the clearest signals yet that this city is open for business and ready to rock and roll responsibly with good soundproofing and good mechanical ventilation and new homes being built in our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andre. Councillor Moore, we appreciate the intensity of your focus on this for everyone's benefit. Next I have Yanni, Jake, Nathaniel, Tyrone, and then Kelly, followed by Mark.
Yeah, thank you. First off, I just want to acknowledge that, the creative sector, the artists and the musicians have been at the forefront of helping us heal as a city from the devastating tragedy that we've had over the last decade and a half. And I just think, if you look at really that creative sector, what they've done in terms of bringing us together, supporting us, helping us heal. It's you can't put a value on it. It's been priceless. And so I just want to acknowledge all those young creative people that invested in the inner city when there wasn't much else happening to help bring back life, colour and vibrancy. I support the amendments except for D and E around the Arts Centre. So I just ask that you can put those separate so that or we can have our ability to vote against those specifics. I totally support the other amendments. I did think it was odd that places like the Litchfield corridor had been excluded. For those of us who are old enough to remember the times before the earthquake, there were a number of nightclubs that went to the very early hours of the morning that didn't actually generate many issues at all, but just gave people a chance to go out and enjoy music in all forms. And, it's not just the traditional bands that go, but we've had a huge history of electronic dance music as well that has been, incredible to watch over several decades. And so effectively this enables that to continue, I think, for future generations to enjoy what we enjoyed back in the day. So thank you to the staff for the work on this. I think this highlights hopefully the value of having an engagement process around making future planning decisions. I just want to acknowledge Councillor Moore for the work that he's done and to the venues as well. So I'm really happy to support this. I just have concerns around the Arts Centre and specifically around the Ducks. That area is pretty unique and pretty special. It has a large residential area, and back in the day, people used to go to the Ducks until a certain time, and when it closed, then they would go to the other venues to watch other bands and other music events in the other part of the city that had a later operating time. So I can't really see the logic in changing that area, but I do support the other changes that have been made.
Thank you, Councillor Johansson. Jake.
Thank you. This has been a long item today, but we're actually pretty close to a pretty broad consensus on it. I think everyone is keen for a liberalisation of noise in the CBD. Certainly I am, certainly my community has expressed to me that they think a change and a tweak is required and well overdue. I have tabled the staff recommendation because there's just been too many amendments and add-ons, and I think it's quite untidy, and I think that the staff recommendation had some really good principles, and I wanted to make sure that was tabled for anyone who wants to vote for really good principles. The idea being that Category 1 is commercial or non-residential land, and Category 2, basically in a nutshell, is where we have residential areas, particularly without good insulation and attenuation. So I think that's a sensible approach. I do agree, though, with the venues about A and B. I think I would have been happy to actually table the staff rec with A and B, but I think that I'll just table the staff rec foreshadowed nice and clean, so that there's that option as well. What else? Yeah, I just think we have to be really careful, and I'm sure the hearings panel will think really carefully about that balance, because while we are trying to enable vibrancy, we also have to balance livability. We need both. Without it, the city is shit. Like, we need both, and we need it in the right degrees. So yeah, with that being said, we'll see what the hearings panel have to say, and I look forward to that in due course.
Thank you, Jake. We've got Nathaniel, then Tyrone.
Yeah, just briefly, I just want to say thank you so much to all of the venue operators that were instrumental in making this happen, as well as being here, as Andre said, being here since the earthquakes. A lot of you to make this city work when it was really, really difficult, and it's actually still really, really difficult for small venues. So thank you so much for everything you've done. Also, thanks to staff for putting all the information in front of us so we can make a decision. I'm a bit sketchy about some of these recently added in the last sort of 15-minute chunks. Overall, though, I support them, and we've got a hearings panel process to make sure there aren't unintended consequences. Overall, I'm really excited at the prospect of having a much more noisy inner city, but I think we do need to make, I think it is important to recognise the hearings panel will have a role as well, making sure that we get this right. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Nathaniel. We've got Tyrone, followed by Aaron, who's online.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The coolest city in the world is not Christchurch yet, but it could be. But it's without a doubt Berlin. Berlin's a good comparison with Christchurch because Berlin had its heart ripped out as well and had to rebuild over an extremely long period of time, and it's still going on some level, so it's a good comparison. But over there, they accept that higher noise in the right places works, so culture and economy can flourish, and with the right enabling rules and managing coexistence in those areas, it really, really can work. So the resolution, I take your point, Nathaniel, like it's a bit of this last minute jiggery pokery is not great, but the resolution overall is going to take Christchurch in the right direction. It recognises that the central city already has a higher background noise. I live in Littleton, where ambient noise is a way of life, and it's not unusual to hear a thrash metal band on a Monday night, which is why it's the coolest part of the city and probably the coolest town in the world. If you know, you know. It works because people know the deal and understand that it's about coexistence. We had a submitter today who talked about the magic of post-quake Christchurch, where innovation and creativity thrived. In Berlin, they enabled that culture to stick. If we want a city that's alive after dark, we need rules that enable it and not let it become unstuck. And if there is anything we can learn from Berlin, we don't want planning rules that punish venues simply because they fall on the wrong side of a line on the map.
Thank you, Tyrone. Aaron, are you ready to go?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Sweet. So I'll just start with, I want to rock and roll all night and party every day. Not my own words. Those are the words of Paul Stanley from KISS. But that is a line from a young person from Rock City wanting to live the dream. And years ago, I had the privilege of playing at the Ducks several times, back when they used to have the local bands, original bands on Thursday nights. Was a dream for young people in Christchurch. And ironically, our sound man one night was a guy that some of you might have heard of because he went on to way greater things than us, and that was Tiki Tane. And it was a breeding ground for people like that. I lent my PA one night to Love's Ugly Children that were playing there. It was a life that Christchurch gave to the rest of New Zealand that, I don't know, it's something about it. Dunedin always tried to rival us, but they're just the poor cousin. They were never going to be Christchurch, and all the great musicians from here left often to go to other parts of New Zealand where there was, well, just the record companies were based there. But, we all know the per capita, the greatest musicians come from Christchurch in this country, and that will be the future as long as we are a city that accepts and embraces live music venues. So the more we can do to look after them, the better. And so, yeah, support what Andre's got to here, because some of these venues that do the hardest graft just need a little more support. Well, not so much support, they just need few less blockages. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. I've got Kelly, followed by Mark.
Most of it's been said, and congratulations, Andre. I'm certainly going to support your amendments. I think that I'm old enough to remember going to the Ducks myself and clubs back in the day. I think they form a really important part of young people's kind of, mixing and getting together. Actually met my wife at a club. We've been married for 35 years. I found myself thinking about the Dunedin sound and how that is known around the world, and I think it's really important that we, look at how the potential that a sort of a music-centric central city can be, for the future of our city, and maybe our sound will be known around the world. And I think we should foster and encourage our youth and their passions and make it easy for them to do these things. I think we should embrace them in our heart. And that basically begins with embracing their activities in the heart of our city. So I'm totally supportive.
Thank you, Kelly. We have Mark, followed by Celeste.
Thank you. Thank you to the venue operators for coming in today and painting a picture for us. And thank you to staff for working so well through this process with the operators and the community. Looking forward to getting this out for consultation and for the hearings panel to work through and land plan change which is going to enable our city to thrive. The fact that we've got the best city in New Zealand right now and everyone's wanting to come here, we need to enable it every way we can so it can, perhaps that next 660 will come out of Christchurch and allow the artists to thrive in the venues that they've got, and maybe even get more venues in these areas to make Christchurch the coolest place in the world. So hey, let's move forward with this today. Let's get this out for consultation. Let's let this hearing process happen, and let's get this city pumping.
Thank you very much, Mark. We've got Celeste followed by Pauline, and then Andre will wrap it up. Thank you.
Yeah, I support most of the comments that have been made. I think it's really fantastic we've reached this point. It's probably taken a little bit too long, but I'm really glad we're here. I also want to acknowledge the work of Councillor Moore. I think you've done a great job in sort of harnessing the views that we don't often hear from, and I think this is critical that we listen. And I also want to thank the people that have taken the time to come in and speak to this. When I moved back to Christchurch, there wasn't much happening. It was after the earthquakes, and what did get me out of the house and into the city was some of the venues along St. Asaph Street, and that's actually what has kept me coming into the city, along with other venues like the Rolling Stone and others. That for me is the real life blood of the city, and actually has seeded a lot of what we've seen since. So to lose what they add to the city now would seem very short-sighted, since we're getting to such a good point. Just speaking to the extra bits that were added in, I think that's actually a really good part of the process, because we get more feedback as part of this. So I think we should be brave and actually put all options on the table, that even the additions, including around the Arts Centre. And I think that is actually quite important, because for those of us that are sort of more young at heart than young in years, that was the space to be, and it will be another centre for entertainment. It might be sort of a different kind and different sort of experience, but it's currently set at such a low level that it would really halt any meaningful progress in that space. And what we want is, when we know that there's going to be further residential development there, that it's fit for purpose. So as that area develops, we've got the right plan in place now.
Thank you, Celeste. Pauline.
Thank you. Yeah, most of it has been said, and I agree with all of it. And what's happened after the earthquake, as you referred to, Celeste, was we saw organic growth and organic seeding of a whole different space of entertainment. And I think to continue to respect that is our obligation, in my view. But just quickly, I'm with Yanni on D and E around the Arts Centre. I don't think it's necessary to go there. A lot of those residences around there are actually really old. Probably most of them got single glazing, so they'd be more vulnerable. And counter to that, with the ducts being pretty much will have to be rebuilt or repaired, renewed, whatever you call it, they have the opportunity to do some insulation on their side of it. So personally, I think that's going too far, and I'd urge you all to think carefully about voting for D and E, but I'll be supporting the rest of it today.
Thank you, Pauline. And Andre, if you can wrap that up, thanks.
Thank you, and thanks everyone for your contributions. I was just going to touch briefly on D&E, which was a recent addition. If the ducts is going to be rebuilt, the building rebuilt, restored, under the current settings, they'll be several metres away from a Category 3 whisper quiet 45 decibel area. And sure enough, they'll build it with soundproofing and everything else. I'm just not sure if they'll be able to soundproof it to the extent that they would still be able to be compliant with a 45 decibel, which is about as loud as that. It's about as loud as that, just a few metres away across the road. So I just think we need to be careful of that, but that's something that the hearings panel will be able to, I guess, further touch on. But just if we want someone to restore that thing, and they've got really restrictive noise settings for live music, that just really, changes the business case. So, yeah, I think it's better to be in here and be taken out later than not having it here and be talking about. Thank you.
Thank you to that. Can I have some clarity, please, from the Secretariat as to how we're going to carve this up for voting? Thanks.
Yeah, so I have indication from councillors that you would like to vote on D and E separately. So essentially what we'll do is we'll vote on, sorry, Carrie, if you could scroll up. This will include 1, 2, 3, A, B, C, and F, and 4. We'll vote on that first, and then we can vote on D and E. D&E, yes.
Okay, well, I just want to vote against C. So I'm happy with A, B. If you want to just record my vote against that one.
I can do that.
Yep.
I get to see only.
Thank you very much. Okay, so again, we'll move to votendo because I'm mindful we've got councillor online. Thank you. Let us know when the voting's open.
I have an internet problem, so Carrie, yes, can you please start?
Okay, thank you. Voting's open. Secretariat, how are we tracking?
We are waiting on Councillor McClellan.
Waiting on Councillor McClellan.
That's everyone, yeah, we can close.
Voting is closed. That's approved. 12 to 1. Thank you for that. That's carried. And the balance is coming up for a second vote now.
Yes.
For D and E being held together, or are these going separately, Katie?
D&E together unless there's any objection.
Yep, D and E together. Thank you. And waiting for voting to open. And voting is closed. Thank you. That was successful. And that's, thank you very much. Right, everyone, thank you very much for your time and attention.
You might want to hang around for the review of the Dangerous and Sedentary Buildings Policy 2018.
So actually, I think we're going to take a well-deserved lunch break. We're going to take 45 minutes. We'll be back at 1:15 for the balance of our agenda. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Hello, Steve. Hello, Tracy. Thank you, and I'm sorry you had to wait. A little bit of tardiness from elected members there with timekeeping. I will be having a quiet word in the background, rest assured. We're on to item number 9, which is review of dangerous and unsanitary buildings policy. Yes, Tracy and Steve, thank you. Floor's yours.
Afternoon, everyone. We'll just quickly go through these slides and then just open it up for questioning at the end. So the review of the current policy. Council's current dangerous and unsanitary building policy was adopted in 2018. The policy is legislatively required to be reviewed every 5 years and is now overdue for a review. The policy aims to protect people against the risks unsafe buildings can pose and outlines how the council will undertake its responsibilities under the Building Act in relation to dangerous, affected and unsanitary buildings. Staff have reviewed the current policy and have found it largely fit for purpose. Staff have recommended minor amendments to the current policy to keep up with changes to legislation, the council's strategic direction and current best practice, as well as to provide clarity and update any outdated terminology and references. The Act determines the policy may only be amended in accordance with a special consultative procedure. The Building Act requires council to adopt a policy on dangerous and unsanitary buildings. Section 131 of the Building Act covers what the council must include in a dangerous and unsanitary building policy. The policy must state the approach that the territorial authority will take in performing its functions in relation to dangerous buildings under the Act, its priorities in performing those functions, and how the policy will apply to heritage buildings. While this may not be considered an exhaustive list, the other things that need to be considered in relation to the policy is that the purpose and principles of the Building Act, and this must be taken into account. These are to ensure people who use buildings can do so safely without endangering their health, and that people who use a building can escape from the building if there is a fire. The scope of the policy is narrowly defined by the Act and case law. There is a high legal threshold to determine a building is dangerous or unsanitary. Dangerous buildings, sections 121. If a building is likely to cause injury or death to a person in it or to persons on other property, or damage to other property due to its structural condition. In the event of a fire, injury or death to any persons in the building or to the other property is likely, and where a building is not lawfully occupied or intended to be occupied, the threshold for action likely to cause injury, death or damage is unlikely to be met. The unsanitary building, sections 123 and 124, a building can be declared unsanitary if it is likely to be injurious to health due to its poor structure, state of repair, lack of moisture resistance or lack of water and sanitary facilities. This section of the Building Act would not normally apply to a building which is abandoned and the owner is not wanting to occupy it. The threshold for action in both cases is high, likely to cause injury, death or damage and likely to be injurious to health. Section 124 of the Building Act, the council's functions are outlined in 124 of the Building Act and only applies in situations where the council is satisfied itself that a building is dangerous, affected or unsanitary. The policy supports this by outlining the council processes of identifying and managing those buildings that are dangerous, affected or unsanitary. Derelict abandoned properties. There is no legislative definition or reference to derelict buildings, and therefore including it in the policy relating to dangerous and unsanitary buildings will not align with the principles and purpose of the legislation under which the policy is required. As a result, staff do not recommend including a reference to such buildings in a policy relating to dangerous and unsanitary buildings. Staff are in the process of developing a mechanism for capturing these buildings and the dangerous and unsanitary buildings on an internal register. These will be reported to the Policy and Planning Committee as part of the Regulatory Compliance Unit's 6-monthly report. Staff also note that an approach relating to derelict abandoned buildings has been developed for New Brighton. Report resolutions. Staff seek the committee's approval for the draft policy for public consultation on the proposed amendments, and that the committee adopt the statement of proposal and a summary of information and agree to commence a special consultative procedure in accordance with section 83 of the Local Government Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. You sailed through that quite quickly. Questions? Melanie, thank you.
With the what you've written about the dangerous building and about effective injury or death to persons in it. When I read that Act, and I don't know what case law there is, it doesn't, because the way we're interpreting is that if people aren't in the building, well then they can't be injured or die, right, if they're not normally in the building. But it doesn't say, as far as I can see, that necessarily has to be the case. It's just that it reads to me like if someone happened to be in the building. Do you see what I mean? Like our interpretation is quite, it limits what we can do based on our interpretation, but is there case law behind that?
We'd have to review any case law coming about that, but in terms of occupation, when you've got lawful occupation, it's harder to get people out, but when you've got unlawful occupation, the method to get them out is usually through police. They can, basically, essentially it's trespassing at that point.
But what I'm saying is that we're saying that a building is only dangerous if people are living inside the building, but that is not how the Act reads to me.
The way the Act works is it talks about in a reasonable cause or occurrence of events minus a seismic event. So in the regular occurrence, is the building going to pose a danger to people that are inside the building? Yep.
What I'm saying is it doesn't say that people have to be living in the building. The way you've interpreted it when you explain it to us is different to the way I'm reading it. So I think that if a building is deemed dangerous, it doesn't matter whether someone is living in it or not. It's dangerous if someone was to enter the premises. Do you see the difference?
Yes, that's correct. So the intention of the Act is either to reduce or remove the danger. So one way we can do that is by a territorial authority or the person fencing off the property. So then they restrict access to the property. The way it's kind of worded is it talks about that it's likely to cause injury to people that are in the building. If they're not there lawfully, they can be escorted to the police, and then that aspect is no longer achieved.
And just to add, I think our practice is supported by legal advice that we've gained in the past on these particular issues.
I'm happy to recirculate that advice, should you wish.
Is that sufficient, Melanie? Not really, but it is what it is. I've got Yanni next and then followed by Celeste.
Yeah, I mean, I was interested in that point as well, because the concerns that residents raise with me is when there's a whole bunch of kids going into these buildings that are dangerous, and I get that they're not the lawful occupant or the intended occupant, but regardless, the community feel that there's still a danger to the people, the people that are going in these buildings and the way in which they're being used. So is there nothing that we can do to control that risk?
That would be a police matter and it would be a trespass because they're entering private property illegally. So it's not a dangerous building or unsanitary building policy issue to resolve. It is a police matter of people entering private property when they shouldn't be.
So that will rely on the owner lodging a complaint with the police actually responding. People get pretty frustrated because they ring the police and they say it's a council matter. They ring the council, they say it's a police matter. And then people just feel like we're going around in circles. And then generally the building will catch fire and it will burn down. And some of them have burnt down several times. So the risk is there. It's very real and very likely, but we still can't do anything about it.
We would need the building to be deemed dangerous for us to take action. If it's just an abandoned property, there's, as we stated before in the Act, it does give no direction what to do with those types of properties.
Okay, so but like children, like 12 years old, 13 years old, playing in houses that have got broken glass, gas canisters.
Thank you, Yanni. We get the gist of that, and the staff have responded. They're constrained.
Okay, and then can I just check on, in the event of a fire, injury or death to any persons in the building or to other property is likely? So how do you assess, one of the concerns that residents raise is it's not just the fact that the derelict building will catch on fire, but it's the impact of that fire spreading to their property or impacting on their property. So how do we assess that in terms of the dangerous buildings?
In respect of when a dangerous building, when it's an event of a fire, it's talking about means of escape out of the building. When you've got an abandoned property, again, we cannot address that under a dangerous and unsanitary building policy.
Right, so just on your slide, it says in the event of fire, sorry, I've just lost the page. It said in an event of a fire.
What page is that, please, Yanni, so we can see it?
It's just the legislative background continued. It's
page 5.
I don't have page numbers. It says, in the event of a fire, injury or death to any persons in the building or to other property is likely. And I'm just trying to understand that other property, which could be the neighbour's property, being at risk from a fire because of an abandoned building. So how do we assess that risk? That's in terms of the danger, or that's what I'm trying to understand.
When we're looking at fire, so are you framing this in the event where a building has caught fire or potentially could catch fire? Which are you asking?
Both. So I've had both cases where people have said we're concerned that there's squatters in there and it will get torched.
Yep.
And then I've had cases where the building has been torched, and then I've had cases where it's been torched once and people raise concern and then it's being torched again.
Okay, so the process we follow is we receive a complaint that comes in. We respond to that within 24 hours of receiving the complaint. We assess whether or not it has been structurally affected by the fire or potentially will be a structural concern. We put that through to our engineers. Our engineers do an engineering assessment and they determine whether it is structurally sound or not. So when we get the result from the engineers, that is when we can determine whether or not a building is dangerous or unsanitary. In the meantime, if there is potential for people getting into the property or potential for people to be squatters in the property, we fence it. Council fences it until we can determine the course of action that we're going to require the property owner to take. We then require the property owner to take some action within a reasonable amount of time, and then if they do not take that action, we can then go through the courts to apply to get so that we can take that action.
I understand for the property. What I'm just trying to understand in that section is to the other property is likely. So how do you assess a risk of a building catching fire impacting on the neighbouring property?
Typically, it's like when you've got an attached building, like units, that sort of thing. We'll have to take into consideration that in the event of a fire, that building could get affected by that fire as well.
It's similar to how we approach if there's a dangerous building on a hill. Could it potentially fall into a neighbouring property? Then we need to put some mechanisms in place to prevent that from occurring.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Yanni. We've now got Celeste.
Thank you. It's just on page 83 in terms of the compliance strategy in regards to dangerous buildings. Do you take into account whether it's commercial or residential?
They're both treated the same under the Act.
Right.
We do endeavour to sort of identify whether they are commercial or residential.
So, for instance, if you have a residential property and you put up a hoarding or you have a way of stopping people from accessing the property, often you already have a fence line. In a commercial area, say New Brighton, you put up a hoarding, it ends up taking up space within the public realm, and actually there's more foot traffic in front of the building. So would you be more likely to escalate a building if it was deemed dangerous, if it was in a commercial area? It sounds like you wouldn't. So rather than voluntary, up the steps, so for enforcement.
We would still take the same approach. We would still engage with the owner first, and we would say this needs to be done. We still have to follow that fair and just process for the building owners to be able to fix the property or the problem before we take it to the courts.
And it's still the same assessment whether it's dangerous or not.
Yeah.
So I understand the assessment, but it's more about the follow-up actions because my concern is that the risk is actually often higher in a commercial zone rather than residential, and also the approach that's taken actually has secondary effects that aren't always taken into account in terms of public access. So I'm just trying to understand that in terms of the enforcement approach. Just to flag it with councillors, I've just sent through an amendment. It's something that I understand is already in process, but it's just sort of specifying a few sort of further details.
Thank you,
around
Celeste. So you've finished with your questions, Celeste. We've got an amendment from Celeste. Can we get that up on the screen? Okay. Nothing's been moved and seconded. Can I have a mover and a seconder for anything? Thank you, Mel. So you're moving the staff recommendation, and Celeste is, seconder is who? Tim's a seconder, and Celeste wants to you to consider an amendment, which is where? Okay, staff. Have you seen that amendment? wonder if you can comment on it.
Yes, staff have seen the amendment and are comfortable with it. It's reporting back on a register of dangerous and unsanitary buildings and some derelict buildings, and reporting back progress, and that will allow that discussion to happen at a council meeting about progress and how buildings are being addressed.
Okay, thank you. So that's not adding anything new, it's just confirming something that's already in tow.
So do you either need the mover and seconder of the motion to agree to incorporate it? Or
So Mel's not paying, Mel, have you paid attention to the amendment? Because we'll need a mover and a seconder to agree to that. Did you hear what staff said about this amendment?
And I'll get just Tracy to add to that what I said.
Yeah, just further to what John referenced, at the moment we do not have the ability to report on derelict buildings, so we will have to get the reporting to support that before we can provide this back to council. We have got that in motion. I cannot give you a timeline, but they are treating my request with urgency.
So Celeste, maybe take out the 3 months, because she can't give any certainty with that.
Happy for that.
But so, as I understand it, what Celeste has asked for, it is already in train on developing a register, and it is intended to come back to us. So it's nothing new, it's just confirming what's already in process and providing a pathway for it to come back to us via the 6 monthly reporting. Melanie, mover, Tim, seconder, are you happy with that being added on the basis of staff said it's okay? Yeah. Let's just check on that wording. The timing of the first report back.
so you don't want any timing?
No.
With respect to the first report, you just want it to come at 6 monthly intervals?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Celeste, is that okay? Because staff can't give you a time.
Is it possible to say the earliest time? Because it could be in advance of the 6 monthly report.
Tracy would like to comment on that.
My next 6 monthly report is due in August.
Okay, but that's acceptable. Sorry, so happy to remove the timing of that because it'll come back in time for the next report. Yep. Should be the date. So in time for the August report would be the... You comfortable with that? Yep. I think it's important. Yep.
Sorry, you're under report. No, it's just being amended offline. It's coming on in a moment. Here we are. The timing of the first report back will be aligned with the regularly scheduled regulatory compliance report and continue at 6 monthly intervals. It's quite wordy, but I think we get the gist of it. So, Tim, you've seconded that. You're happy with that? Melanie, you're happy with that? Thank you. So, are there any further questions for staff? Is it something new, Yanni, please?
Yes, it is. So just in regards to, we're going out for consultation. So if people want us to take a stricter approach around things like compliance and enforcement, that would be in scope of submissions or not?
It would need to be in scope of what our compliance strategy is that has been adopted by council.
Right. So we could amend that strategy based on the public submissions if we might not, but if people said we're concerned at your current way in which you're handling it, we could make changes to that policy or strategy if we chose to.
We'd have to have a look at that.
Right, okay.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that, Yanni. So if there's no further questions, we've got a mover and a seconder. Do we need any debate on? Has anyone got debate on this? Yanni.
Yeah, thank you. So I welcome this review. Again, it's like, it's ironic that we're considering it on the same day that we've had deputations on Airbnbs, for example, and the need for central government to actually do more. My experience over a number of years has been communities are really concerned about derelict buildings, and they want us to actually be more proactive and do more in regards to addressing the risk around fire, hazard, and the fact that people, even if they shouldn't be in those buildings, do get into them, and there is a risk associated with it. I appreciate that staff are working within the constraints of central government's policies and laws. So I welcome this going out for consultation, and I will welcome the feedback from the community over what they think of this approach and what more, if they've got suggestions that we may be able to do. But I think a number of us have raised this issue for several years, and it's important, I think, we continue to look at what the solutions are. So I do agree with the amendment that's been added. If that's something that can give us a bit more visibility and hopefully get a bit more focus to address those problem buildings, then I think that's probably a good thing. Welcome the feedback from the community. I'm sure there'll be a number of submissions that call on us to do more. And I think it's important to hear what people have to say, and I'm open to what the best approach will be.
Thank you. So let's just be really clear. We're voting on seeking approval to go out for public consultation, and if there's no further debate, we'll put this on votendo, please, because I'm aware that we've got some councillors online. Thank you. Voting's open. How are we tracking? Voting's closed. Thank you. That's carried past. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Steve. Okay, so we're now on to item number 10, which is the Gambling and TAB Venues Policy Review. Thank you. We've got Shana coming up. Welcome, Shana. And Tom. Thank you. Hello, Tom. We've got Elizabeth. No, she's just moving up into the front row so that she can get a front row seat, or mid row. Thank you very much. Okay, the floor's yours.
Awesome. I'll just do a brief overview because I'll take the report mainly as read. So during the 2024 review of the Gambling and TAB Venues Policy, the Council resolved to retain the existing policy without amendment and to bring the next review forward a year to 2026 and include an SCP. To commence the 2026 review, staff provided Council with a refresher on the Council's role in gambling and our current policy settings at the 15th of April Council workshop. We are now checking in view and seeking committee endorsement of next steps which are in line with the Council's previous resolution. Staff propose to undertake early engagement with stakeholders in the community on the current policy settings and complete an issuance and options analysis of the policy to support a workshop on policy options for the Council in July. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Clear as a bell. Thank you. Pauline had a question.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I'm just looking at option 2, that we bring a procedural motion back and rescind that decision and push this out till next year. There doesn't seem to me a huge disadvantage in doing that. And my question to you is actually, would there be an advantage for the organisation just to put this work out till next year? It'll be after the LTP, October by the looks of it, even though it'll commence in December. Bearing in mind the workload that we have now, we've got the Plan Change 21 out there, we've got the central government edicts to deal with, we've got LTP and annual plan. Would that be unpalatable to put option 2 up?
So we currently have in our work program to do the review now, and as you mentioned, it would only be delaying it till December because it would need to be completed by October next year. It's a viable option, that's why we've provided it. If it is something the Council wants to do, we're happy to do that, and we would just need to send a procedural motion to Council to get it.
Well, I'm just thinking too that it might be deferring the costs as well. I don't know if the Chief Executive's got an opinion on pushing, is there any advantage in just pushing this out to next year?
I can probably comment.
Oh, sorry,
It
John.
is in our planned work program, and it's internal staff to do now. So I don't think it's a cost or a capacity issue. It's just whether council want to push it out for other reasons.
Well, I'd be keen to understand what those other reasons might be, really. Are there, in light of Councillor Cotter's question, is your recommendation still preferred option to undertake the engagement and the issues and options analysis now?
Yes, because one of the key concerns councillors had to bring it forward was that we would be essentially getting in front of them, starting to do issues and options just after we've consulted on the LTP. And councillors at the time felt like it was too much to pick that up then. We have the work ready to go and we have the time to, but we welcome if the council wants to delay it. The delay, all it does is, like I said, move it for the rest of the year, but it doesn't change cost or anything like that, so there's no problem.
Thank you for that. I've just had Mark indicate he's moving the staff recommendation. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Nathaniel. Pardon? The mover is Councillor Peters, followed by who's Jardine is the seconder. Thank you for that. It's reasonably straightforward. Any debate? No, thank you. I've got councillors online, so we will move to votendo, please. Voting's open. Yep. Okay, thank you. That's passed. Thank you very much. Sorry you've had to wait all day for that, team, but thank you. So now we can move on to the governance item and the notice of motion. Councillor Hurst-Jardine, I'm sorry, your public have probably long left the building.
That's okay. They're still here in spirit, I'm sure. All right, so I'll just whiz through the wording and then get to my pitch for it. So, writing a letter to central government requesting that it develop legislation or policy change, and this is, I think, maybe I'll just pause here. And did you have a bit of advice on that?
The staff advice would be that it's a legislative change, rather than policy change.
Sure. I'm happy to agree with that and just get rid of that that potential extra. You can forget about that. So, requesting government to develop legislation to establish a mandatory registration system for short-term rental accommodation platforms that will enable local authorities to develop and monitor operators to ensure regulatory compliance where applicable, and to get this letter circulated to other councils that would be interested, both the Mayoral Forum and Metropolitan Councils. And I'll say more about it, I suppose now, right? I'll just get straight into it. Yeah?
I'm happy to second it.
Thank you, Tyrone. Got a seconder?
Strongly worded.
I think, yeah, Jake was in there from the beginning on this one, so...
I'll let Jake do it.
Yeah.
We'll let Jake do it.
Great. And now I'll speak to it, shall I?
You can indeed. Thank you very much.
So, great day in the Policy and Planning Committee. We've seen a lot of brilliant things in the city. We're going to have more venues. We're going to have a more progressive situation with our noise. We've got the east frame almost finished. The only thing we're going to be having less of is pokies in the city. So things are looking great for Christchurch. Venues are awesome. We've got the stadium. We've got Parakiore. As I said, East Frame Master Plan for Residential Development is well on its way in construction. Recently, we've been looking into dealing with those heritage issues, getting Cathedral Square cleaned up, reopening the museum. We've got amazing events funding. Everything's going well. We've pretty much got everything that we need for Christchurch to be the events capital of New Zealand. The only thing that we really don't got right now is homes for working families in the inner city. And on that goal that we set for ourselves back in, I think it was 2017, to have 20,000 homes in the inner city by 2028, we are very behind. We are about halfway there. We've got 1 year and 7 months to go, and we need another 10,000 homes another 10,000 residents in the inner city. And this is, when you think about it, this is, last year we had 484 new homes, which was great, and only 50 new residents. In other words, for every 9 homes that we built, we got one more person living in the inner city. So if we want to meet our target, based on those numbers, if we want to meet our target for residents in the inner city, we'll need to build 96,800 homes in the next 19 months. That's the only way we can actually meet our targets. And that is because, as we all know, we have ghost neighbourhoods popping up like mushrooms all over the inner city, all around the stadium. We know exactly what is happening. We can see it. We've heard from residents, from hoteliers, from motel owners. We know what's happening. We see it in the ads online. If you've got real estate in your algorithms, you are seeing made for Airbnb construction being sold as an investment, being sold for Airbnb, all through Sydenham, all through the inner city, right up past Beeley Ave. It's all over the place. We also know, if you look at the international research, that everything that we're doing to try and make our city great, as far as events, as far as things like Robbie Williams and 660 and the Super Weekend, major events hugely increase the number of Airbnbs. That's how it works worldwide. Whenever you have a major event, you get way more of that short stay accommodation. And when that event finishes, it doesn't go away. It actually stays there. So that's the issue. We also know, as we've heard, that it is not good for investment for the motels and the hotels. It's not good for the existing hotels and motels that have been here, that have stood with the city, some of them just a block away from the ruin of Cathedral Square, that have actually had their money in the city for years and years and now actually deserve a bit of a return on all those rates they've been paying for event promotion, for making the city beautiful. So we know there is a big issue here, and we know there's a big issue for the residents as well, that are trying to move into vibrant inner city communities, and instead they're finding themselves basically as babysitters for tourists in ghost neighbourhoods. What we don't know and what we don't have is the hard data to make good policy on this issue. We don't have the data that enables us to actually tax those short stay accommodation providers correctly, so that they are also contributing to things like new footpaths, to things like event promotion and economic development. We don't have the data we need to make sure these new buildings are safe, as we heard about. We don't.
Councillor Jolene, sorry, I shouldn't have said hey. That was very rude.
That's all right.
I'm just mindful we haven't got a clock. We could be here all day. I don't think you're going to get any opposition from your colleagues.
I'm almost there.
And your fans are no longer in the room. So how about we try and wind it up?
I'm almost there. I'll wind up. Okay. So we don't have. So as I say, we don't have any of the data we need. We need it to make good policy. We need it to improve communities. As the Mayor said, currently we're spending $1 to save 50 cents finding out where these new places are going. This is a perfect time. It's an election year. Go to government. They're asking us for a lot. We can ask them for one little thing. It's not just going to be Christchurch. We're going to try and get other councils involved in this as well. Instead of just being the capital for events, let's be the capital for affordable family homes in the inner city as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
How about we just say all those in favour? Aye, thank you. Carried. Okay, so we're going to move on now to exclude the public. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please, to move into PX? Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Jake. Thank you. Who's